Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner's prop trading special event. My name is Anthony Chapman and it's a privilege to be your host today. Thank you for joining us. In today's summit, we're going to focus on some of the most powerful tools and trainings available for prop trading success. Prop trading has become incredibly popular, providing traders with the ability to realize incredible profits without risking any of our own money. So the rules have changed a bit. On our panel today, we have handpicked 7 prop trading experts to join us today. They have agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with great information and discounted special offers, so let's get started. Our first presenter is a professional trader who helps traders collect long-term income from prop trading. He's run one of the largest options firms in the country early in his career and has worked for Payne Weber as a commodity trading advisor. He has over 1 million views on his 4-minute drills for traders videos that helped launch his career site, thedisciplinedtrader.com. He believes that prop trading could be the best thing that's happened to retail traders since exchange traded contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present the 3 phases of prop trading, the profit pipeline, is Mr. Norman Hallett of the Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Norman.
That's
Thank what we're missing.
Yeah. Do they still use that theme song? I think no. I'm no Johnny Carson now. But,
yeah, that was great.
Anyway, thanks for having me, and thanks for having me first because I think I can frame everybody in the right direction. Before I start, I thought maybe I'd help you hit the chat. Hey Norman, love to see you here. Well, thank you, Andy. Anybody, can you tell me in the chat? I'm sorry if you hear little dogs in the background. We've got a new puppy that is getting used to the other puppy and the 3 cats. So once in a while, there may be. I think it's going to be way in the background now. So let me apologize up front. I am because I'm working now from home for you. Can you tell me whether you are currently prop trading and if you're considering it? If you could just throw it in the chat. I know that traders can be very private, secretive, mostly fly on the walls on this, but I think it's important that I know who I'm speaking with here so that I can get a better handle on how to what to emphasize. Up to 16 PAs. That's very good, Anthony. Okay, Andy, I mean, yes. We got a yes, we got a no, we got a maybe so. Anybody else want to contribute, and then we want to get started? Okay, there's a yes, there's a no. Okay, so I'm going to yes. Okay, got a lot of yeses. That's good. Okay, but a few no's. So let me just get going and give you this is a 45-minute presentation of which I've already used 3 minutes saying hello. So let's get into the 3 phases of prop trading success. I call it the profit pipeline. Look, this is no panacea. I mean, yes, you're dealing with somebody else's money, but I think when I train traders, when I always offer, and I'll be offering you in my offer, I always offer coaching where we get together and I can understand where you are with prop trading, whether you're beginning or whether you're struggling with it or whether you're doing well but want to do even better. That's important. But the most important thing I think when you're trading is that you got to understand that this is not a panacea and that you need to be a disciplined trader. If you are not successful in your current trading and you're looking for prop trading to be your answer because you believe that it's going to be less stressful for you, that may not be the case. It is in a sense that yes, when you lose money, you're losing their money if you're in that phase of getting this all together, and of course that I guess is comforting to some degree. But the truth is, what's happening here is you are spending a lot of time for nothing, and that frustration is about the most costly thing that can happen. So you need to be a disciplined trader, and yes, the cortisone level does go down a little bit, but usually not enough to make you successful if you're unsuccessful. So I'm going to interweave a few tips here that are specific to prop trading that that may help you to move ahead. And because this really, I believe it's the best thing that has ever happened to the day trader, because you can be trading literally millions of dollars. And it's something that and listen, if you make 10% on your money and you're only trading $5,000, everybody in the industry will congratulate you for a nice 10% gain for the year, but that's only $500. If you're trading $2 million, that 200,000 can really help out. So let's get going. I think you know the good stuff, and I'm going to give you more good stuff today. I went to the University of Cincinnati. I was a Bearcat, still am. Watched their football and basketball teams. I graduated in math. It's a work-study school. I was working in a restaurant as a waiter who actually became the head waiter and then the manager. They sent me around the country to open that. Then I got into the nightclub business, of which I think that's a picture of Anthony there in the background, right? Actually, he's not old enough for those clubs. Those clubs were in the 80s. And it was great. That's where you realize that alcohol is where these places make money. But it really wasn't using my degree, and even though it was fun, you can only last in that business for a little while. I was opening nightclubs for a place called Park Avenue. In any event, I decided to get into use my math and my love for gold and silver at the time to move to an option firm. Wound up to be one of the largest option firms in the country at the time. This was in the 80s. And the late 80s, and this was a room that looks very much, it's not exactly the room that I ran. I was responsible for. I started as a broker and then a trader, and then all of a sudden I was running the place because I was consistent in the way I did things, which showed the results in being able to work with clients and get them in the right profitable shape. This is a room. It had a room of. My largest room was 63, and I had many of these rooms in my career. And what I learned about this was that the simple trading plans, the more complicated a trading plan is, the more hoops you have to jump, the more redundant indicators there are in a trading plan, like a MACD and an RSI, the more you're going to get hesitant, confused, and you'll actually miss a lot of trades and start chasing them so well. So when in managing these individual trading plans of these individual traders, I learned a lot about what wins and what doesn't. I was able to aid them in helping them to be a better trader. I did work for Paine Webber. After that, Paine Webber bought me out, and I was a commodity trading advisor for Paine Webber. But there was a lot of sales involved, actually, besides the trading advisory part of it. And so I decided to do my own thing, and I started the Disciplined Trader in 2000, in October of 2000, because I realized that the discipline part was the part that was killing most traders. You've got to have a good trading plan. Actually, I've learned since then, and what I've engulfed in the way I work with traders is I want to make sure, I want to understand about what a trader, the mental and emotional stresses that they have in trading. Do they lack patience? Do they lack, are they afraid to pull the trigger? Do they fear losing? What is it that's stopping them from running their trading plan properly? And it can be done in two ways. You can work on your head, or you can work on your trading plan to match you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. It's great to do both. You want to be a disciplined trader, but my recent love over the last few years is their money, your profit. I think I was probably the first to really engulf in my business a priority for doing prop trading, because I do think that when you get this right, it is the dream that you probably are thinking it may be, but you got to do it right. Okay, let's start and do it right. I've written several books. There are several books written about me. I've written countless papers for industry publications and magazines. So I've been around, and so I want you to take what I'm telling you, what I'm offering you, not telling you, I'm suggesting to you. My wife says, don't tell me, just suggest to me. Okay, so I'm suggesting to you. I did a firm, I hired a young genius. I got him off a place called Upwork. and now he's with me. And I call him the young genius. He's in his mid-20s, and he's a very smart guy, and he's a heck of a good trader also. I asked him to study the top, give me the top, look out there and show me the top 7 firms. Now I'm going to be talking about futures, because 95% of the companies that offer prop trading do it via futures. So I asked him to rate and give me the parameter. I gave him certain parameters to judge these trading firms by. But the main ones, the ones with the greatest weight, was how long have they been around, and are they paying out money to successful traders in an increasing fashion? In other words, did they pay out more to traders, winning traders, this month than they did last month, which was greater than the month before and greater than the month before? Those were the heavily weighted parameters. And then, of course, their rules and so on. So because I think we can follow rules, there are plenty of, if they're paying out $90+ million a month, like the winning firm was in this. There were 2 firms that kind of won it for me, and that was Apex and Top Step. These 2 firms have been around a long time. They have varying rules, but I've passed with both and have had funded accounts with both. But now I'm only doing I'm only working with Apex now in my own personal funded accounts, and I want to kind of show you why here. Incidentally, I'll just flash this. If you want a copy of this report, just email me, admin@thedisciplinedtrader.com. Apex was the winner of the of this comparison, and you'll find that most who do comparisons wind up with Top Step or Apex. And this came off their site recently. I think they've increased a little bit more recently, but look at this. If they've averaged $14 million in monthly compensation, paying to customers who they're giving 90% of the profit. They give 90% of the profit that you make. And why do they do that? Why do they give 90% of the profit? Because 90% of the traders, maybe it's 85, there's probably a little bit more winners when you're not trading your own money, but 85% don't, and then they pay them these small fees, that add up, and I'm going to show you what those fees are. But if they're paying out $14 million in average monthly compensation for the last 18 months or 19, 20 months since January of 2000, and over the last 90 days, they're paying out an average of 90 million, okay, over the last 90 days. That's 30 million a month. They've doubled their average. I mean, this company is exploding because of the fact that everybody is probably judging them the way that I do. And I haven't had any trouble getting paid from them. When I make a profit, they get in my account. I haven't had any problem with them. You'll find when you have probably, I'm going to guess they have maybe 100,000 trade. I really don't know the number, but you're going to get comments on both sides, and it's up to you to judge which company you want to go with. I've chosen Apex. Okay. They also, as you see, they have a very high rating in Trustpilot, which may make sense to some people. I don't judge them by Apex by Trustpilot, but because I think some of their parameters are not really worth anything. So, but it's nice to have a nice rating. Okay, here's the 3 phases of prop trading. At the evaluation stage, where you need to go ahead and you need to prove that you can trade. In the case of a $50,000 account, if you're testing for a $50,000 account, and you can have as many as 20 of these $50,000 account and use a tool that puts the trade in on all of them at the same time. I'm going to show you a little bit about that, but let's start, and I always advise start with 1 or 2 of these $50,000 accounts. If you make $3,000, all of a sudden you've got a funded account. Now you're trading for real money and real profit for you. Okay, that's kind of the fun area. The problem is, for a lot of traders, that's the area where your cortisol level goes up. Now it's for real, because if you lose too much money, And that's not a lot. You're only talking about losing $2,500 in a $50,000 account from your open trade high. And I won't get into that right now, but let's just call it losing 2,500. Then you've got to move back to the evaluation stage, okay? And you don't want to have to do that, even though you may be able to do that in a day or two for experienced trader. Funded phase is where you start making the money. And then when you really start getting into it and making the real money, where I really want to bring you, is in the consistent income phase. That's when you've taken your 50,000 funded account and made it 60 or 70 or 80, so that now you can start to take out considerable money when you need it and start to build quite a pool of money for yourself that you can dig into at any time. So let's get into some of the rules, and then I want to offer you my hand in helping you, and I want to give you a special pricing on it. Okay, so this is a close-up of that charting that I showed you before, and you can tell this is Apex, and you can see that. Let's zoom in on this $50,000 account. Normally, when you're trying, let's look at this first. $3,000. Okay, $3,000 is your target. So this 50,000 has to become 53,000. Close out the last trade, and now you've got 53,000 and something. Now you're funded. Okay, so here is the target for the evaluation stage. Now, if you have $2,500 drawdown from your trading high, then that's a problem. When you start out, okay, at $50,000, you can't go below 47.5. Why? Because of this 2,500. If you breach that, you're going to blow it out, and you got to start again and pay a fee. Now, it's not $167 like they say. It has not been for one day this year. They discount this either 70%, 80%, and 90%. Right now, this is what it looks like if it's discounted at 90%. So you're paying $16 a month. So if it takes you, if you slow boat it and it takes you more than a month to get to that $3,000 profit, you're going to be pinged for another $16.70. Right now, it's about $34 because it's 80% off, not 90% off. So these are small fees, but they will add up over time, especially if you're testing for a number of accounts. So don't ignore it, but don't let it get in your way. Okay. One thing I will add, that when you build this $52,000 account, say 50,000 to say 52. This red line, as I call it, moves with you. In other words, now you've got, now all of a sudden at 52,000, you can't go below 49.5. Okay, that red line moves with you based on your open trade equity balance. There's a little twist in there, but I won't get into that right now. But it's not something that would make you avoid it. But I'm giving you the basic parameters here. So make $3,000 and you're a funded account. Okay, now I have I've done some work for them in the mental part for them and Top Step, and they've given me a special link. Well, this is the link that I forwarded to, the disciplinetrader.com/Apex. You can use that. You're going to get their best pricing, whether it's advertised or unadvertised. You're going to get their best pricing on this monthly fee, etc. Okay, so I just wanted you to have that, whether I ever see you again and you go with someone else. Okay, so the pipeline to consistent long-term income, and we're referring to a $50,000 account. The evaluation stage, you've got to make, as I mentioned, $53,000 to be funded. There is a $2,500 floor that you can't breach below your open trade high, and you bust out. And you know, that's something, so you've got to keep it tight. Now, there are some people that move to other, and I certainly, it doesn't matter who you choose, I can help you in my offer with any firm. But I'm just saying that this is a fairly tight parameter, and I think why they're really asking you to act like a professional trader. I mean, when I trade my own money, and when I coach others and so on, to be more like a professional trader, these kinds of rules that they have are consistent with what I'm doing anyway. And I think that you need to understand that to shore up your risk, a professional trader lets the profits happen, but focuses on not backstepping. Okay, so having a scalping element to your trading plan really helps. That little twist that I talked about in that $2,500 line that moves with you, it really demands that you have a scalping element. If you're going to stay so tight as a $2,500 pullback in your account, it's good to have a scalping element. Why? Because when you take a scalp, it pads you, it's automatically pads you away from that blowout line. I call it the red line. So having a scalping element is something that I want you to include in your trading plan, something that I have learned to love. Now, to open an account, as I mentioned, they talk about $167, but it's anywhere from $16 to $50. Right now, it's the middle line. Okay, so if you bust out, you can also reset. Okay, so if you bust out that account and breach that $2,500, you can go into Apex's site and then just ask them to reset your account, and they'll do it for you for $40. And literally within minutes, you're going to have another reset account at $50,000 to try again to make that 50 to make it to 53. Okay, so it's very inexpensive to test, and for a very experienced trader, I actually advise in their current rules to be more aggressive and not worry about busting out, because if you bust out twice to get to that $53,000 or 3 times, it's going to cost you 3 times $40 to reset. Because if I asked you right now, if I could give you $120, would you give me $120 and I'll hand you a funded account? You'd probably say yes. The problem with telling that to everybody and actually even mentioning it here is the fact that it's not a good idea for a trader who has been struggling or is new to this, because you want to develop the skills to build. Because this is not going to work in the funded phase and the future phases. So you want to build the skills to get you there. But if you already have the skills to be aggressive, may be an alternative for you. Okay, so passing 80, once you pass, there's only one more fee to this whole thing. Incidentally, they give you NinjaTrader if you don't have a platform, and they give you no charge the data feed. So you get the data feed, you got the and you've got the platform. If you have a platform, fine, you can use their feed in the platform. And in my offer, I'm going to offer you, if you're not set up at all, even if you're half set up, I'm going to make that part of my offer to you. In other words, once to set this whole thing up with your platform and and the data feed. I'm not a nerd, so it literally took me a week to do, because I'm just not a nerd and I couldn't follow directions. I've got a guy that will jump into your computer, and that same guy that did the report for me, he's a genius. He'll get into you. He's a genius at all of these platforms, whether it's Think and Swim, and it doesn't matter. He can help you, and I'm going to give you an hour with him to set everything up and ask him questions. But once you pass this phase, you're going to be asked the question, do you want to pay $80 a month in the funded phase, or do you want to just pay me once $140 and you never have another? So if you pay $140, which I believe is the way to go, I think the only choice is lifetime if you're confident in your trading. You pay once, and then there are absolutely no more fees for you in the funded phase. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so otherwise you're paying $80 a month if you want to kind of weenie in there and do that. And I'm being fun with you, but listen, $80 a month, if you're making several $1,000s a month, you can afford that. Okay, so whichever, don't let that stop you from, but go for the 140 and show yourself a little bit of credibility. Okay, so funded phase. Here's the funded phase. Now you've got $50,000 of real money. In this particular case, before they let you withdraw money or profit, you got to reach 52.6. Okay, and again, that $2,500 red line is still there. Okay, you don't want to bust that. You really want to, and here's when you want to really emphasize watching the risk that you take. So if you bust out, you got to revert back to the evaluation phase. You don't want to do that. So you really need to trade conservatively. Now you can withdraw. They allow you to withdraw twice a month, on the 1st of the month and the 15th of the month, and you can withdraw anything from $500 to $2,000. Okay. And so you want to be conservative with your withdrawal because you want to build equity. And I want to show you why that's important in the next phase. It's really not an official phase. I've made it, the consistent income phase. This is what we want out of this, okay? This is what you're doing this for. So you want to be conservative. The more money you keep in, the more you're going to have in the bank with them. Therefore, when you you want to take off a month, you can still withdraw a few $1,000s. It's not going to stop your life and so on the way you're now creating it. Okay, so you want to be conservative with your withdrawal. Again, you can withdraw twice a month. And I want you to withdraw quickly the first time. I want you in that $50,000 account to get over 52.6, and then I want you to take out $500. Okay, I'd rather you do $500 twice a month. I want you, again, twice a month than 1,000 once. I want you to keep the withdrawal small, but I want you to get that first cash into your account. They put it right into your checking account or your savings account, wherever you tell them to put it, and it comes within about 10 days of your request. At least that's with me. I'm sure it's with everybody. I think they promised 15 days, but sometimes it's come in 8 days. There was a couple of times it came in 12, but pretty much 10 days after you request it, you're going to get that money in your account. All right, here is the phase that I really want you to project to, because this is why we're doing this. This is why you're doing it. It's called I call it the consistent income phase. Once you withdraw 3 consecutive months, and I mentioned that you can withdraw on the 1st and the 15th. The first is not counted as once, and then the second is counted. No, the 1st of October, let's say, the 1st of October, November, December, that would be 3 months in a row. If you just withdraw the 1st of the month in 3 months in a row, then that $2,000 limit withdrawal that I mentioned is not in place. This means you can withdraw any amount that you want, okay? Apex is actually now adjusting. They give us questionnaires all the time. They're trying to improve what they want. They're about to go, I believe, to 2 consecutive months, just for those that are doing it right now. All right, the goal after no limit is achieved. Once you've built it out and you've asked for money for 2 or 3 consecutive months, whatever the standard rule is, the goal after it's achieved is to continue to build the account and keep the minimum withdrawal so that these $2,000 to $5,000 bi-weekly withdrawals can continue even during less successful trading periods, or you're on a vacation to Europe. So you want to build it to 60 or 70,000, this $50,000 account, so that you have plenty of room to withdraw. Okay, and then after your success, okay, once you achieve this in 1 or 2 accounts, go ahead and put on. You can have as many as 20 of these $50,000 accounts. And you saw the difference. I'm now testing for a 250. I've already passed, but the 250,000. I want you to stick with the 50s. When I interview and when I see and been able to connect with traders who are doing 100,000 in income a month on this, the commonality is they have 20 $50,000 accounts, and they make 1 trade, okay, in the account with something called trade copier. Just push a button, it goes to all the accounts. Once you do that, you make $300 in 20 accounts, 1 trade. You've made $6,000. You take the rest of the day off. Okay. So if you're a success, you can choose to build an account with trade copier. And this is kind of an example. This is 10 $50,000 accounts, and you can make 1 trade of $300. And this is great for somebody who has limited time. This is another thing where I'm doing a lot of coaching, doing a lot of teaching, because that's really what I love. But I also love to make money, and I can trade. I can trade a very short period of time and still have a good stream of income because of something like because of trade copy and so on. So the same trade, or you can have the same trade, or what I do, because I'm a professional trader, I tend to want to diversify my accounts, and this is the way I like to diversify. I like to put in half the strength. In other words, the same trade, but maybe I'll put in. Maybe I'll have 3 S&Ps or 3 NASDAQ contracts in one, and 2 in the other, or maybe I'll have 4 in one and 2 in the other, or the micros, and maybe I'll have 6 micros in one and 3 micros in the other five accounts. You see what I'm saying? I kind of diversify and kind of put them in 2 panels. And there are some traders that I coach that like to diversify even more, have different traders. Even if you have one trade that goes poorly, you can still have a pretty good day with one trade in 10 accounts. So this is your future. You don't have to do it this way. A lot of people are doing it they're very comfortable with having 3 or 4 of these $50,000 accounts, stretching them out and just being relaxed with it. Okay, so as I mentioned, diversification, advantage to those with limited trading and so on. You can be more aggressive with a few. Okay, so I want to just really give you an idea. And as I mentioned, I've passed with both Apex. They always send you these. I've passed 150, the 50. Apex sends you these certificates once you start withdrawing money. It's all there for you. So I've got a lot of experience to help. I want to hold your hand and get you into the place where you believe you need to go. If you're ready, join me and let's do this. So for passing the prop evaluation, this is the loaded gun simple trading plan. You've likely heard about it. This is the primary plan that's going around. I built it, as I mentioned. I built trading plans. Originally, I did not build it for prop trading. I just built it for professional traders. Now I have altered it just a shade in certain areas to fit perfectly with what you need as a prop trader. Okay, it involves the core loaded gun trading plan, which is really it's so simple. I'm going to show you one chart, and that's just to show you how simple the simple trading plan is, just how it looks. Okay, remember I said I ran those rooms of traders. I was responsible for their production. Simple is where it's at. Okay, so the core loaded gun trading plan really is just a couple of videos total. I don't think it's an hour and a half. It shows you all the rules. It fits on one sheet of paper. How to get in, how to get out, how to preserve a trade that's running without giving it back, because that hurts you. The way they measure your equity, you don't want to backtrack. If you have a $50,000 account and you have a trade that's up $1,000 open trade equity, you need to protect that, because if it comes all the way back down, they hold that against you. They'll hold that $1,000 against you that you didn't take. And therefore, that line, instead of 2,500, is 1,500. So it's very, very important that you do this right. I want to show you how to do it. It's simple, but you really need to know how it's done and why others are doing this the way I'm teaching you. Okay. Then I'll give you what I call nuances. I mentioned to you that the real killer for most traders is the mental part. Most of you won't admit it. Most of you, we have the #1 offer. It's not the one I'm giving you, for the mental part. This is where we grew up for the first 17 years of our firm. I just coached. I've been a partner to pretty much everybody you ever heard of in trading in order to supply their traders with the mental part. Kind of built that in here for you in the nuances. There are 7 of them right now. I'm testing a couple more, but there are currently 7 of them. These are little tweaks that you can make before you standardize the trading plan for yourself. These are 7 optional things that you can do, that you can make a rule in your trading plan to fit who you are. So if I ask you in our one-on-one meeting, tell me about yourself, and you tell me that you chase trades and that you're lacking patience, there's a nuance for that. I can help you. I can give you a couple of tips to counter your natural instinct to lack trade, to lack patience. Okay, so again, this may not sound like anything. It may be the most important thing I'm telling you. Okay, you've got to be a disciplined trader, or none of this will work. So these nuances will help to fit you as a trader with the rules in your trading plan. Okay, and then we have monthly get-togethers every last Wednesday. Last Wednesday we had one. It was a really good meeting. We had a lot of input from the traders. We have professional traders. We have newbies. We have all kinds of people that I've helped to structure what they're doing to prop trading. Okay, so we have updates. I deliver any updates in these monthly meetings. We share experiences. And if you're not there for it, we usually have 4 o'clock on a, we have them various times, but the last Wednesday we usually have of the week of the month, and so you'll get the recordings, okay, if you need that. But again, we're meeting one-on-one if we need to, as many times as you want, to make sure that you get this together. Okay, here's a chart. I wanted to show you this chart. And it's a chart taken from last week, I think. Yeah, in the this is the euro dollar, which I love to trade, and there's many reasons why. And I'm probably going to advise to you to trade the euro dollar and the Japanese yen when you're beginning. But you know, sometimes I can't keep you away, and it's okay. The Nasdaq. Most of the people that I coach trade the Nasdaq or the S&P, and that's fine. I love to trade gold and silver. I like to trade many markets, but I'm finding that when you trade a currency, they generally have these currencies tend to trend like this, and so I want to be able to. Here are signals. Okay, these are some of the signals that we use, but whatever. I'm not going to define those for you because they're very clear, but they have to be in the right place at the right time. But the idea here is that if you take a scalp, okay, I always recommend you put on at least 2 positions. You use one as a scalp, and one is what I call a runner. Look, we want a runner. We want something to really give a nice bulk into our account. So but look at these runner. This one you get your scalp, and then you had a nice runner. Here you had a nice scalp, and then your second position was actually stopped out at break even in this. I can see it from the chart, but I'll teach you how to do that. Here's another example of a nice scalp, which you would have taken right around here, and then a nice runner. And this actually, for some of the more advanced people, would be a signal. But I'm just saying to you that it's very simple. But look at how simple look at the RSI right here. I mean, it's really nice to know that you're descending in your RSI, in your momentum, and so that when you get a situation like this where you have a nice short signal, you can go a little heavier on it. I can teach you how to do that. Anyway, I want to show you how simple the charts look. Look, Mike said I passed an Apex $100,000 evaluation in 4 days. He was just starting out. He traded the loaded gun, mostly scalping, but a few runners brought it home. I still have a few trading days to finish, but he made $6,000 in 4 days this week. This is what I want for you, especially if you're new at this. Great trading plan. Thanks so much. Mark is a part-time trader. Actually, he was a pretty good trader when he started out, so I really gave him the fit for the difference between retail trading and prop trading. Here's some. I love Sandra because I call her Sandra. I guess it's like the tomatoes and tomatoes. My mother used to say, you know, vase instead of vase. Sandra. Anyway, Sandra is a part-time trader out of Yankomor. She said, I'm making some progress now as I really credit your guidance and your voice in my head. Now she has 3 funded accounts with Apex. This was from several months ago. So it says recent here, but this one was several months ago, and requested my first small payout from 2 of her accounts. And remember, I said request $500. She did as I asked. She got $500 from each account, and that really accelerated her winning. She's so terrific. She's really one of my shining stars. And Dave Deming, who more recently said, today was by far my best trading day in many weeks. I waited on my setups. He had a patient issue, and so we were working on his patients. I waited on my setups, executed when the time was right, and I was very patient in letting my trades run to my profit targets. Okay, I kept this in because you'll see a lot of testimonials where people aren't making money. This looks really good. I can't wait to get to no. Making money. The bottom line is that you want the end result, okay? You want to get to that consistent income phase. So I want to thank David for allowing me to use that. So I wanted to emphasize this one-on-one with you. I'm offering you one-on-one coaching for 90 days, unlimited. If you're a newbie, we can meet every week. If you're not, it probably is going to be 1 or 2 meetings, maybe 3 meetings, but if you like to talk. But generally, it won't take you long to grab what I'm doing here and why my experience has created the value to help you to really condensed time in making this happen for you to get to that consistent income phase. So as soon as you invest in the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, you're going to get an email with my calendar link, and it's going to be me for this offer, where you'll be able to schedule a personalized one-on-one walkthrough with me, and I'll proceed to learn about your trading background and advise you how to get a quick start with your new purchase. As you perfect the running of your plan, I'm going to be there if you need me with as many one-on-one coaching sessions as you need to pass your evaluation. Look, let's do this together. I made this bigger in this presentation because really I am there. My goal is your success in this. I've had mine. Let's get yours going. Okay, so I want to give you, now I also want to mention that it says 90 days, and it is 90 days, but you know, if you need another meeting, I'll do that for you. But you won't need it. I make it 90 days because you'll never need that many. But the idea here is that when does this start? If you're doing something this month or next week or next month or the rest of the year, this 90 days starts with our first meeting. So go ahead and take advantage of the offer I'm about to give you, and then look at the videos, get an eye, look at charts, see how well it works, back test and so on. Then have your meeting. We'll go on vacation, then have your meeting with me. That's when the 90 days start. So don't hesitate to take advantage of this offer so that you can start on this and not worry about I only got 90 days. I don't want to, maybe I'll wait till this next offer. The next offer, I can literally 99% guarantee you it won't be at this price, because we're, you know, the cost of doing business, just in general, take advantage of this. Okay, so I want you to just understand that this 90 days starts with our first meeting. Okay, I wanted to mention just one or two others that, and Ken is a guy, he's fast action. He's an aggressive guy. And, you know, so whatever kind you are, I can coach you. I don't want to take away who you are. I'm not trying to change you. I'm trying to fit some of those nuances and a few of the trading things that I haven't talked about. Listen, I've helped every personality out there. And this is the key, I find. Okay, so please share with your wife that since funding Tisha is the mental genius of our organization. So he's met Tisha. He got his first $50,000 accounts last Thursday. 5 more 2 days later on Tuesday, and he's got 10 funded accounts, and he's profitable $21,000 in real money. Okay, and working with 5 more to get funded. You don't have to be this aggressive, and I don't really want you, but I can't change Ken. He is who he is. So I need to. So I've been able to help him. Now he has backswings and upswings. He's very good at getting situated when he gets close to the red line. He knows what to do, and so he's allowed to be aggressive. But I don't recommend that for everybody. This is one that I haven't shown you because it's recent. I'm up over $10,000 in 7 days on a 250,000 PA account. He chose the 250. Again, I recommend 50 for you to get started, but you can do what you want. I'll coach you whatever you want. Thank you, Loaded Gun. This is Brian from Atlanta. He didn't want me to use his last name, but allowed me to use the testimonial. Okay, look, I think you've seen the money in the account. That's really what I want to impress. When you see testimonials that say, I really can see a great thing in my future, the five first lessons were great. Money in your account. Okay, money in your account. So let me give you another bonus. I mentioned to you, I'm going to set it up for you. Okay, here's my offer to you. Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, the unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days, the done-for-you setup, okay? We offer it right now for $24.97 on our site. It's well worth it. This is a $5,100 value. Today for you, $1,247. All you got to do is go to theirmoneyyourprofit.com and use the coupon code CORNER, like in Trader's Corner. Who knew? So it's limited to 5 traders because of the one-on-one feature. Okay, I got to take new traders in clumps. Okay, I am here for you. Take advantage of this. $1,247. I know you've probably spent money on 3, 4, 5, 6 other programs. If you're going to do prop trading, I believe I'm your guy. Okay, I'm a trading plan guy, as you saw with the books and papers that I've written for institutions. But I am also sensitive to who you are between the ears. That is the combination that you want. So join me. Let's do this. Theirmoneyyourprofit.com. Use the coupon code CORNER. You may be able to actually click that. Anthony, thank you so much for allowing me to present again. I tried to slow it down a little bit. I think I did okay. Probably could have done a little bit better job, but I will apologize to those who joined today and not to you. So, so there it is. theirmoneyyourprofit.com. Use the coupon code CORNER.
Thanks, Norman, and congratulations on your success as a prop trader. Great information, and your presentation was certainly enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Norman Hallett of thedisciplinetrader.com. That's thedisciplinetrader.com. If you're interested in being mentored by a professional trader with 40 plus years of experience who can pass a prop trading evaluation with ease, then look no further. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box, which we haven't put in, so myself or Norman will put that in there for you. Thanks again, Norman. It's always a pleasure having you on Traders Corner. Please come back soon.
Thank you.
Next up, we actually have a 2-for-1 for you with the founder and co-founder of Shark Indicators and chief architect of Bloodhound and Blackbird. These two incredibly talented software developers have created innovative trading software that simplifies trade management without coding. With over 40 years of combined expertise in software development and trading, they have uniquely positioned Shark Indicators to empower retail traders. Their primary mission is to provide tools to the retail trader that were once only accessible to only large hedge funds. Here today to present, test thousands of trade systems to discover your best strategy in minutes. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators. Welcome to Traders Corner, gentlemen.
All right.
Hi.
Thank you. Glad to be
Thanks
here.
for having us again. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you guys can all see my screen there. You should see a disclaimer.
All right.
Is that
The
coming through
infamous
okay?
disclaimer. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You're coming
Okay.
in. Yep.
All right. I'm Jeremy Tang, as I've been introduced. I'm one of the co-founders of Shark Indicators, and that the other voice you heard there was Zach White. How are you doing, Zach?
All right. Doing good. Hope everybody's wide awake this Saturday.
Yeah. All right, let's kick this off. This is actually a really exciting time for us. I think I was just sort of thinking recently, this is sort of coming full circle. We've been in business selling trading tools, software tools to traders like yourself for quite a while now. And I guess one of the big things or big challenges that we've tried to solve since the inception of our company is to help you guys come up with winning trade systems. Because I mean, that's what it's all about when you really think about it, right? How can we get you guys as our customers to find systems that you can trade, that are personal to you, that are winning, right? And you know, the old way to sort of do this, right, was through some, you know, through slogging it out. And now today we're going to introduce a beta tool here that we've been working on within our software called optimization. Okay, and for those of you that maybe haven't heard of optimization or are not really aware of it, I'm going to go through a little bit of a preamble to explain what we mean and why we think this is really groundbreaking. And to do that, we have to talk about how people like yourself, winning traders, come up with trade systems in general, right? Now, generally speaking, you come up with some idea, right? And then you got to do what's called back testing, right? That's kind of like the word you probably heard thrown around quite a few times, especially if you're new. And the idea behind back testing is to take a system, you got your rules, right? So suppose you've got them written down. And if you imagine kind of doing this old fashioned way, right? And how time consuming that is, you know, take for example, you know, the idea that you're looking through the chart and you're trying to chart out all your signals that your trade system has fired off, and you're doing this again manually, and then you're putting this in a spreadsheet. And as you can imagine, you know, that's an incredibly time consuming process, right? You can probably pull off one every couple days. Then you got to go back to the drawing board, tweak it, and do the whole thing over again, compare the results and that sort of thing. It'll take you, as you can imagine, a pretty long time to come up with a trade system that you consider tradable. So we've done quite a few things, you know, and I'm going to get into those in a minute to sort of mitigate all that stuff. But if you want to consider for just a moment, right? We have these computers, and naturally, this is the stuff that computers are really good at doing, and that's crunching numbers and doing analysis and that sort of thing. How do you get a computer to backtest your trade system, right? So again, you're the inventor, you come up with a trade system. How do you know it's going to make money? Well, if you want a computer to come up with the answer for you and go through all the historical data, go through all the trades, to do all the order management, okay, what you really need, if you think about it, is, and I think a lot of people don't make this leap, right? You actually need a full-blown auto trader to pull that off, right? You have to tell the computer when you're getting in, how those orders are going to be managed. When you're getting out, all the money management rules, you know, and they can get incredibly complex, right? And so unless you're a coder, this is really kind of out of the realm for most people. I mean, assuming the average person, especially the average trader, right? You want to be focused on trading, not necessarily programming. And we certainly had our fair share of customers that come by and say, yeah, I've tried NinjaScript, I've tried to code my own trade system out, and you know, it's just too much for me. I don't want to learn a computing language just so I can trade, right? And so that's where we come in. Okay, so, and this is what our tools essentially help you do. Okay, it's really simple when you break it down. There's really two main things that we do, and the number one thing our tools help you do is create trade systems on the computer. That's what one of our products does. It's called Bloodhound. We've been selling it now for just over a decade, and our customers tell us it's an invaluable tool for them to build trade systems. Okay, once you got that done, then you got to take that and then do the back testing, and that's where our other product comes in, called Blackbird, which takes those trade signals and that trade system and actually performs the actual trades for you and manages those trades over time and so on and so forth. And it can do it in a back testing setting as well, right? Coincidentally, because it is a full-blown auto trader, once you've got this all set up, you can auto trade your system, right? And it's totally up to you or not, right? If you're one of those people that insist on discretionary trading, you can absolutely do that as well. It has a lot of tools to assist in that. But basically, to sum it all up, when you got these two pieces of the puzzle together and you're able to back test and verify your trade system, you can come up, and you're going to see in a minute, very quickly with winning trade systems. Now, what is this optimization thing you're talking about? Okay, so let's get into this. This is a really amazing topic that you know, we're just introducing into beta today, and that's the idea of being able to find these winning trading systems very quickly using this backtest engine. Okay, so how does the backtesting cycle go? Well, again, like I mentioned before, you start with a trade system idea, you take it, you tweak it, you backtest it, you compare the results, right? And you got to keep doing this circle over and over again until you come up with a winning system or a system that you're happy with, right? Now, and this is where the breakthrough comes in, right? Imagine if you could automate this process, okay? Imagine if you can do this not just, you know, 5, 6, 7 times or whatever, but hundreds or perhaps even thousands of times, right? Doing this cycle and having the computer automatically coming up with these backtest results for thousands of different variations of your trade system. Then you could pinpoint and figure out what is the best, what tweaks made the best results in the end. And at that point, you can analyze that and take a look at those. You can literally see hundreds of possibly iterations that were successful. And you're going to start, when you start using our tools, and you'll discover there are literally thousands of profitable trade systems that are just at your fingertips. And it's just a matter of this time, at that point, pinpointing the best one or the one that you feel it matches your personality the most. And then you can even auto trade it with our software, right? So our software, the best way to put it, right? We like to say it's like Adobe Photoshop for traders. You are the artist, you create your trade system, right? And then you can use it to execute your trade system. So you again, it's a tool that helps you build, create, design trade systems, and now test and back test them, identify the best possibilities. So if you've never seen our stuff before, we're going to show you today, right now, actually with Zach, who I'm going to pass the torch to, and he's going to give you a quick demo of how easy it is to come up with a trade system from scratch, just from a plain old idea, and implement it, take it all the way, and back test it, and then finally optimize it within the next 10 to 20 minutes. That's how fast we can do this.
All right, so I think I should have everything switched over here. Let's see. Actually, something looks a little odd on my screen. Is it sharing everything correctly?
You might have to change the presenter to you. Can everybody see Zach's screen?
Let's see, show.
Yeah, look, I mean, it says you got control, and I think you have the screen.
Yeah,
You're good.
I took over control. Yeah. All right, does it look like it's coming in good now?
Well, I'm a little unfamiliar with GoToMeeting, unfortunately, so I don't see the screen myself, but I just see my webcam. Maybe if I just call my webcam for a second. Let's see.
Let's see. All right, thank you, Joe. Joe says no. We only see Jeremy. All right, so let's try another way here. All right, I'm just gonna share the monitor. All right, hopefully, there we go. Okay,
There we go.
good,
Yeah.
that's coming in. All right, didn't like sharing the application, so share the monitor. All right, so yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna basically take you through the software demo, show you the two flagship products that we have here, Bloodhound and Blackbird. And to do that, I'm going to walk you through a typical trader's journey here to help, kind of put this in context. So, right, so you decide to become a trader, right? Well, first things first, you got to know, okay, how do I know when to get into a trade? And how do I know when to get out of a trade, right? So you're looking for a trading idea, a trading system per se, right? And of course, these days, before the internet, right, you basically went to a seminar or something like that. But nowadays, with YouTube and in the internet, right, there's just thousands of ideas out there, thousands of videos out there. So you're probably, surfing the web looking for trading ideas, and if you're looking on YouTube, it's full of them. So what I did is I grabbed one here that was fairly simple to learn here, and it's really just a MACD scalping system, right? And the way the system goes is you're looking for the MACD to cross down and then cross back up, right? So in other words, you're looking for that MACD to kind of recognize a little pullback in the market, if it's in an uptrend, right? Real simple system. And of course, your first question is, well, look, the MACD looks like it bounces around, all day long. So how do I know if this is profitable or not, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to actually back test this. We're going to implement this into our software and then back test it. So to give you, again, just to kind of fill you in on this simple system here. So you're looking for this double crossover on the MACD, and then you go long when MACD crosses back up. And the second rule is the MACD needs to be above the 0 line, right? So you're looking for positive momentum on the MACD. So as soon as you get that cross back up, then you get into the trade, and then you exit the trade here. Actually, let's see if I can do this. So you would exit the trade when the MACD crosses back down again. That's right, real simple, easy to learn. And also, They do suggest a stop loss with this video, and your stop loss would be right at the recent low just prior to getting in, right? So we're going to implement all that here right in front of you. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to build that system here. So I already have a chart ready to go with my MACD. One note, this is a very fast moving MACD, right? Which makes sense since they're advocating a scalping system here on MACD. So we have a 3, 9, and 5 period fast moving MACD. I didn't know, I don't think they mentioned exactly what instrument or anything like that. Probably doesn't matter, right, if it's a scalping system here. So I just had the ES on a 1 minute chart here. So, all right, so first thing I'm going to do is open up our Bloodhound software, and this is what allows you to build those trade signals and exit signals as well, right? So it allows you to describe a trading system into it. So first thing we want to do is we want to look for that MACD crossover here. All right, so it's a MACD crossing over the signal line. So let's plug in our indicators here, like so. Let's go find the MACD. And again, this system is using a fast moving MACD, so we'll adjust the period. So MACD line, there we go. And our second input there is going to be the signal line. And this time I'm just going to scroll down. And where is the MACD? There we go. Actually, that search features really time saving there. So, all right, let's get those periods plugged in there. And this time we're going to select the average line, right? So we're looking for the MACD to cross that signal line, or as NinjaTrader calls it, the average line. So so in case anybody is not aware, I am using the NinjaTrader trading platform here. So, all right, so once I have, right, those two MACD lines input, there we go. Instantly, we can see on the chart, without having to write any code, I can see all the crossover points on that MACD, right? There you go, we're all right there. So, and now rule number 2 is, right, we're only looking for a buy signal or a long when that MACD stays above the 0 line, and vice versa, right? So if you're going to take a short, that MACD needs to be below or negative, right? So let's implement that there. So grab a comparison solver here, and you can also name these as well. So that way you kind of know what these nodes are doing. There, right? So this is looking for the MACD above or below the 0 line. So let's plug in our MACD again. So, all right, grab that, change the period, like so. All right, yeah, we're gonna make sure that MACD line is above or below the 0 line, like so. And now we're gonna implement the 0 line there. And here, when we take a look, right, so the thicker blue line is the MACD and the red line is the signal, right? Traditional colors there. So, right, pretty straightforward. When that MACD is above 0, we basically get a long output telling us, right, we're looking for buys, and if it's below, we're looking for shorts. So there you go. There's the two main components. And so now we're going to put this system all together here. So with a few more nodes, we'll actually have this system ready to go. There. Let's see here. And let's grab an AND node, like so, and connect that in there. And so this is identifying our first crossover there, right? So, and next, we're going to add another function node here. So essentially what we do is we're taking the first crossover and extending it forward to the next one. Actually, the next one's going to be right there, right? And then combine those two crossovers together. So let's see, increase that. And now we're almost there. We have another AND node, like so. Zoom out a little bit, connect that in there. And let's see here, and connect that in. And there is our signal, right? So we get the cross down, the MACD is above the 0 line, and then we get the cross up, right? And we can see some shorts here as well. So our MACD is below 0, but look at this. So you see our MACD kind of popped up above the 0 line. So let's kind of clean that up a little bit and get rid of this signal, because technically, right, I think that violates what they were explaining in that YouTube video there. So let's kind of clean that up, and we can do that real easy here. So I'm going to connect that in, and I'm going to grab an OR node, and basically I'm building a reset signal here. So I'll connect that in like so, and then also adjust my resets here. So let's open this up. So, you know, hopefully this is giving you the impression, right, that this is all kind of WYSIWYG system designing here. So, you know, I'm not having to write any code. I'm just selecting, you know, the options and settings that I want to describe this system here. Let's see, I think that's the one we want. And let's see here. And let's do a little reset after this. And let's see. Oh, all right. So I set up something wrong here. Give me a sec to kind of work through this. Let's see. Is it just reset signal? And well, all right. So I'm not sure what I did wrong there. So let's just kind of put it back here. So, all right, so there we go. So we have our entry signals ready to go. And in my rush here, yeah, I didn't quite get something up, but you know, I am rushing through this very quickly with our limited time here. So the next thing I'm going to do is save this to a file here. So I got a nice long file there. I'm going to override that there. And so essentially, right, it's just WYSIWYG with nodes, and you can build your entry signals. But also, we do need to build an exit signal, right? So these are the entries right there. And I can add another, what we call logic template here. And these signals can be the exits, right? And essentially, I'm just grabbing the MACD crossover. And so remember, when we get that cross up, as soon as that MACD crosses back down, it says, you know, to get out of the trade right there. So there's our exit signal. So we both have entries and exits. And so now that we have signals here ready to go, we can now plug this into our next product here called Blackbird, right? So this is what you're seeing on the right side of the screen here. And Blackbird is the strategy component here, right? So no matter what trading platform you're using, right? They all have indicators and strategies, right? And the strategies is what manages the orders in an automated fashion. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to plug in the entry signals there, right? I'm going to load up that Blackbird file that I just made there. Load that up. And we do have an entry signal. And this system, not every system, but this system does have an exit signal, right? A lot of systems don't use exit signals, right? They just use a stop loss. So I'm assuming, that you just get in with a market order, right? Most scalping systems, you're just getting in with the market here. But if you remember, going back to the video here, take a quick look, right? We want a stop loss here at the most recent low there, right? So you just look back a couple of bars, find the lowest low, and that's your stop loss, right? So with Blackbird here, we actually have on a quick list here, we can use a previous bar low points right there. And I'm going to go in and make a quick adjustment here. So let's look back on the last 4 bars and find the lowest low on the last 4 bars, right? There we go. So there's our stop loss, ready to go. And also, most people are only trading, especially if it's futures, right? But even if it's stocks as well, or I guess it doesn't apply to Forex, but if you're trading futures and stocks, right, most people are only trading during RTH, right? So I'm going to set up the scheduler here within Blackbird, so that way it's going to limit the trading during regular trading hours, RTH, right? So obviously a key point there. And then also the setting here to exit the trades at the end of the day, right? Or the end of whatever kind of trading period you want to put in there, right? So obviously these are fully customizable, so you can set them up, set up any kind of trading period you want there. So we're going to restrict the trades to these periods, and then we're going to close out all those trades, at the end of the day there. So also just a quick little mention here, obviously Blackbird does include all the very common typical money management rules that you might want, such as, stop trading, after so much money's made, or, stop trading after so much money's lost for the day, all those kind of money management rules there. So, and if I got time, we have this really cool one here called a daily watermark, which helps you kind of lock in your profits so you don't end up trading, let's say you're up $1,000 for the day, and if you're, if the day goes against you and you start losing money, the daily watermark helps you lock in some of those profits so you don't end up trading those profits away. So, but we'll get back to this if I have plenty of time here. So, all right. So we have our entry order and our kind of emergency stop loss there. We have our entry signals and our exit signals. So now I can just save this, and let's see, save it right there. And now we're ready to back test it. All right. So with that, let me pull up NinjaTrader's strategy analyzer. Oh, and one other thing here. Yeah, I am going a little quick here. So this is what is in beta development right now, the optimization that Jeremy was explaining to you here. All right. So, right. So just a quick little peek here, right? So obviously, when you're wanting to kind of research a system further, right? And also as you're testing different chart timeframes, things like that, right? You want to optimize those indicator values to see if maybe there's better settings here, like maybe a MACD 5 and 10 period is a little bit better, right? So, all right. So, all right, let me step forward here and pull up NinjaTrader's strategy analyzer here. And this is what allows you to run the optimization. But before I do that though, I'm just gonna do a simple back test. Let's kind of get a working baseline here with the standard MACD settings, right? With the 3, 9, and 5 MACD periods there. So let's get a baseline going here. So let's see here. So I just need to load in that Blackbird file like so. And let's see here. So here we go. So you can see I have the optimizable parameters here. So we have the MACD fast period, the MACD slow period, and the MACD smooth period. So I'm going to put in a 3 period and a 9 period and a 5 period, right, as that video demonstrated there. So, and I have a couple of months here ready to go. So I need to keep this quick and short. So let's hit run and let it do its thing. It should come up here in just a moment. And again, I'm just looking for a baseline profit or loss here using, and this is not optimization. This is just a simple back test using the MACD settings, right, that are recommended in that video, right? And so there we go. So we have a baseline here, $6,400. So now let's jump into the optimization, right? And again, this is in beta development here. And so with the optimization, let's see. So this is a 3. Let's, I doubt anybody, I doubt a 1 period MACD would be useful. So let's maybe go down to 2 period, and then maybe go up to, I don't know, 7 period there. And now let's go to the slow MACD period, which is normally 9. So let's maybe drop it down to 5 and then go as high as maybe 13 period. And I'm going to do a stepping of 2 because I don't think the slow period's all that critical. I think it's more about the fast period. And then the smoothing. So the smoothing's normally 5. So let's maybe start at 3 and maybe go up to 9. And again, I'll do a stepping of 2 here. So I'm trying to keep this fairly tight, because of the amount of time I have here to demonstrate this for you. And then the next thing when you're optimizing is NinjaTrader has a lot of different parameters that you can optimize for, right? And the standard one is profit factor. So let's actually take a look here before we get going. So our profit factor right now is 1.08, right? Anything greater than 1 means you're making money. If it's less than 1, then that means you're losing money here. So, so if you do increase the total net profit, you do also want to see your profit factor increase as well, right? Those two parameters should kind of increase together here. So keep an eye on that. And instead of optimizing for profit factor, I'm going to go for gold here and let's just do max net profit, right? Let's just try and increase the monetary value there. All right, so let's see, and everything else looks good to go. So let's hit the run button. And so now basically we have 120 different variations, or as they call it, iterations, right? So with the range there of those 3 different MACD period settings, right? All the combinations there add up to 120. So this is going to take about 1 or 2 minutes here to process all this. So while that's processing, nobody wants to wait around for that. I'm going to show you guys, take this opportunity here to show you how to download the trial for both Bloodhound and Blackbird, right? So if you want to play around with our tools here, we give everybody here a 30-day trial. And if you've already had the trial, you can email us and we can give you another trial license there so you can try it again. So, because we know, most of you guys are busy with the day job, and so it's sometimes hard to, finish up on these trials here. So if you need another one, not a problem, just email us. So on our homepage, right, that blue button right there in front of your face, just click on that, see Bloodhound in action, right? And again, there's another introductory video, if you want to watch that again. But right there, the next blue button will get you the trial there. So keep in mind, our software is for NinjaTrader, right? So actually, if I back up here, there we go. Yeah, so our software is for NinjaTrader. It is the platform that's powerful enough for our tools to be developed on there. So, yeah, so get the trial there. Click on the blue button, and then the second blue button will get you that trial. And
yeah, I think an interesting tidbit, Zach, is it true that if you're just testing systems and whatnot, NinjaTrader is free? It's just when you're going live, it's a paid product?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure they still have that policy in place where you can use NinjaTrader for as long as you want, for honing in your trading skills there, testing ideas. It's only when you want to trade live, I believe, is when you have to purchase a license for NinjaTrader. So
yeah, so it gives you ample time. You can use our tools to come up with winning trade systems, and as you can see, with the optimization capability, that time is greatly shortened. You can come up with winning trading systems very quickly now.
Yeah, you can put the Excel spreadsheets away now. So nobody wants that. Yeah, so we have just a little bit left here. So let me pull up one more thing here. So we also host weekly live training sessions here for everybody. This is for trial users, and of course owners here. So I actually host these every week, these software training sessions here. So for Bloodhound, those
free,
are,
Zach?
What's that?
They're free.
Yes. Oh yeah. These are all free and open to everybody. So yeah, let me make that clear again. Yeah, these are all open to everybody. So if you have Bloodhound questions, you can join me live on Thursdays there and ask your Bloodhound questions, and I will answer them as best I can. And then Blackbird, the strategy, that is on Fridays there. So, and the registration link is right there. Yeah, they're on Zoom there. Let me go back. I was trying to highlight that. Yeah, so right there's the registration link. So there's one for the Bloodhound workshop, and then there's a separate one for the Blackbird workshops there. And also, if you like just kind of exploring on your own, taking your time, on this training workshops page here, just scroll down to the bottom, and we host all the recordings there that I get in those workshops, right? So those workshops are run by you guys in the room asking questions. So if you want to take a look at all the different questions asked in those workshops there, we do cut those out and post them as separate training videos there. And so you can kind of take a look, at the different subjects there, of the questions asked. And who knows, maybe one of these topics here might pique your interest, and you can just watch those videos at your convenience there. And who knows, you might find another, trading idea there, that other customers have asked, how to build it in Bloodhound there. So you can learn how to use Bloodhound, learn how it works, and also maybe learn some new ideas there as well. So, all right. So again, this is the training workshops, and so you just go to support, and it's the second one down on the list. So let's see if our optimizer almost done there.
Yeah, we'd like to say that, like, we like to consider our customers there as like scientists. You go in, you test some theories and ideas, and it's obviously a lot cheaper to do that using back testing and optimization than it is to use like real money in the market. And really, that's the goal here is to save you both time and money, right? If you're doing this with putting real money down, that may work out, but it may not, so that's why back testing is something that a lot of trading coaches, and that's something that we put our, that's kind of the founding philosophy of our company is giving you guys the tools to do this back testing in the first place, which is, when you really think about it, it's something kind of out of the realm of most people, just because, as I explained earlier, you either got to be a computer programmer to be able to do this, or have the deep pockets to be able to hire a computer programmer, right? And you got to ask yourself, as a trader, are you going to spend most of your time and effort trying to program in your trade system, or just simply use tools like ours and be able to have you implement your trade systems quickly and focus on the trading aspect?
Right. It's all about having confidence in your system before you put live money down, right? And so here we go. All right, we're done. And so, but by default, the strategy analyzer will show you the best top 10 results here. So you can increase that or decrease, what the top 10 results are. And there you have it. So it looks like it almost doubled the actual, monetary profit there. And let's see, and the profit factor about doubled as well. Well, not doubled, but the decimal point doubled there. So it went from 1.08 to 1.16, right? And so there you go. There's just a quick demonstration there of the optimizer. And when you select, a little tip here about using Ninja Strategy Analyzer, when you select the different test results, you can actually see the settings here on the side. So you can see this first one here actually it's still using a fast period of 3, but it took the slow period and increased it to 5, and took the smoothing and dropped it down to 3. So this is using 3, 5, 3 for its MACD settings there. Right. And then, and once you have those settings, right, you continue on your testing there, or maybe, look at different iterations there and kind of figure out, what is maybe the average. Because actually, if we look at these here, they're actually all about making the same amount of money there. 11,400, 11,400. Yeah, they're all using 11,400, right? So maybe take a look, at the different iterations and kind of see what the average setting is, and there you go. You can kind of go from there. So,
it's pretty amazing. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that's it.
Yeah.
So,
What you guys just witnessed there is, and we're running pretty short on timer, so I got about 2 minutes left. I'm going to wrap up, but really what you saw there is Zach being able to put together a full-blown trading system from scratch with idea and concept, from YouTube essentially, and implement it. That's something like, even that step alone, imagine, like, I'm a programmer, it would take me weeks to do. He did it with our tools in a live setting, which is no easy feat, I'll tell you that. Like, I've done software demos myself, and it's pretty difficult get it to focus and stuff when you're talking to hundreds of people. So kudos to Zach. He does this every day, or every week, I should say. And anyway,
Yep.
and you saw a winning trade system come out at the end of it.
Jeremy, there's a couple of questions in here, so I think we got time to answer these before you wrap up.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do that? I'm going to share my screen real quick, though.
Okay.
The website.
Yeah, so Jerry's asking which program is easier to use. So actually, you need both programs. You need Bloodhound to do the signals. So that's the indicator component, right? Doing the mathematical calculations, what indicators do. And then the other component is the trade manager, the strategy component, right? And that's what Blackbird is, the strategy component that manages the orders and executes the orders or closes out the orders, right? And establishes the profit targets and sets up the stop losses. So you actually need both programs to do full back testing, but if you want to just be like a semi-discretionary trader, then you could just use Bloodhound to give you that heads up, that computer speed heads up of, hey, you should be looking for, entries, on this bar, or in this range. So, there's a lot of ways that you could use Bloodhound. It doesn't have to be for discrete entry and exit signals. You could use it to give you a bias on the markets, to let you know that you probably should only be looking for long trades now, or maybe only short trades, or both, right? So that was one question there. So Jeremy, I'll let you wrap it up, and then we'll see if we can get through some of these other questions.
Okay, yeah, I think technically we're just over time. I will just address some quick questions here and then wrap up. But basically, as you saw, yeah, you can program any sort of trade system that you got in your mind. That's Charles asking that. I do want to impress that even if you have custom indicators installed on your computer, you can access those. You can incorporate that into your system. That's a really cool feature that we got. Steven's asking some detailed technical questions regarding the ATM. The optimization stuff you saw is only applicable to our Blackbird technology. And again, it's in beta. All our current customers do have access to the beta. You just have to be email us and ask to be on the beta group. We'll give you instructions on how to do that. But let's quickly see here if I got anything else here. So again, I will say this is all in NinjaTrader, just to reiterate. And that's where our software runs on. And we've been doing this for a little over a decade now. So we've been around the block. We've been helping traders create their own trade systems for quite some time, and we've really honed in and perfected that, and we work hard every day to improve these tools, give it more capability, so that you guys can go out there and make some trades.
Sorry to interrupt. One of the questions was about support. Do you have that PowerPoint there on all the support? Yeah, we offer lots of support with our software.
Yeah, so, I'll just say the easiest way, other than of course our documentations and videos that you just saw that Zach showed you how to get to on our website. We do have support at sharkindicators.com, and up on our website we also show you how to get into our Discord community, and most importantly, as Zach showed before, that live workshop that he runs every week, which is an valuable resource for both new users and current users. And again, it's free. It's open to everybody. Okay, so I don't want to overstay our welcome here. I'm going to wrap up and say thank you very much for hosting us, Traders Corner, and Anthony. But that should sum up our presentation for today.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks guys. Thank you, Jeremy and Zach. What an incredible presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, good news, no more expensive programmers. Now you can create your own auto trader, experiment with new ideas, and validate them with back testing. You can literally create your own automated robot in minutes, all with no coding required. Amazing. I have a few ideas I'd love to try out, and your Blackbird to automate trade management for NinjaTrader sounds amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking to create and optimize your own trading system and trade management strategies without any coding necessary, Mr. Jeremy Tang and Zach White of Shark Indicators have a solution for you. I've put their main landing page website in the chat box, but if Jeremy and yeah, if you guys would like to add anything else into the chat, any other links or coupon codes, feel free to do so now.
Yeah, we're just at sharkindicators.com. Thanks, Anthony.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Remember to go to sharkindicators.com. Thank you, Jeremy and Zach, for making our audience such a generous offer. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today's show features educators with an incredible amount of experience in prop trading, and our next guest is no exception. He is an expert at trading news reports. He actually got started studying music at the Berklee College of Music and the Boston Conservatory. He began trading stocks in 2001 and learned the art of futures trading. He has been trading for over 20 years and is now considered an expert teacher and trader of the news. Here to explain master magnet trading with basic 10-minute trades is Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-minute trades. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Leigh.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I know you can see my screen. Make sure my mic is working and I'll get started. So just give me a heads up that you can hear me. Yes? No? Anybody? Somebody? You can. Okay, for some reason I'm not hearing you, but I'm going to start if everyone tells me they can hear me. As long as you can see the screens. I do want to say one thing before I actually get started. You know, years ago, I was involved with a lot of traders that were, interestingly enough, using the Shark indicators. And those guys are for real. I mean, what we do has a lot of similarities in some ways to what they do. And if you understand what they're doing is testing, back testing, it's so important in certain types of trading. And the way that we trade, we are analyzing previous events and the way that they've behaved. And that requires a lot of back testing, a lot of going into settings, seeing the way previous trades behaved. So it's very important. And it, you know, it brings up a lot of important issues that I wanted to talk about today. You know, it's not just about me coming here and trying to sell you a system that, you know, is going to work. There's a lot more to trading than just buying an indicator or buying a system and getting started. And when I say there's a lot more, there's a community involved. There's other people that if you get involved with the right trading mentors and the right trading companies, then you can have a great experience becoming a trader. And it's really important to spend some time at it, not to rush at it. Don't think that just because you pay somebody $50 in 1 minute, you're going to be a profitable trader. I really believe, you know, I've been doing this, you know, the Shark guys say they've been doing trading, you know, for 10 years, for a decade. And I've been working for 10-minute trades for, this is our 8th year. And, you know, you see the same things over and over, traders that rush, traders that hope, traders that wish, traders that don't put the time in. And even the simplest systems require a little bit of effort. The more effort you put in, I promise you, the better you will do. And it just, you know, it just makes me thinking how it gets me thinking how important, besides the system, you want to have a good community of traders, a good group of people that you work with. And that's something that we've really, really developed at 10-minute trades. We have a fantastic trade room. We have a great group of people that share. Some of our best trades and our best setups were based on information we received from our members. Trades that they said, hey, you should check this event out. This is a great event to trade. And we checked out their info and it wound up becoming one of our best trades. So it's all about sharing. It's all about community. You know, I got started being a trader because my family asked me to look at their stock charts. And let me just say hello to everybody. I want you to see my most important trusted advisor, Let me see if my webcam is working today. I had a little bit of trouble before I got here. So if I can't get it going, I'll just say hello without it. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's me. I'm a regular person. I'm in my home office today. It's a Saturday. I don't mind working on a Saturday if I could, do some good things for people out there in the world. Now, here is my most trusted advisor. This is Darwin. And Darwin is often trading right alongside of me, telling me whether to go long or short. And that's Darwin. And he's one of my best buddies. So I just want you to see that I am a normal person, a regular person. I got started, I knew nothing about trading. A lot of times people say, well, I can't do this. It's too complicated. It's just too much for me. And, I don't do well with math. I was not a college graduate. I was a piano tuner. I drove taxis. I'm a musician and a songwriter. And the truth is, you can do it. I put in a tremendous amount of time practicing, looking at trades, recording my trades. And if I can do this, I promise you, anybody out there can do it. And what we do is very special. And what I'm going to talk about today is very special. It's the first time that we've ever, I think it's actually the first time that we've released a new membership in quite a few years. So I'm really excited about it and very happy to be here with everyone today. We're going to introduce a new membership. We designed a strategy called the magnet strategy. And our software is a strategy that loads into NinjaTrader. So just as a heads up, we trade futures and we use the NinjaTrader platform. Also, we have something else I wanted to just briefly touch upon. It's almost like a precursor to everything I'm going to do today, but next week is one of my favorite times of the year. It's getting started, but earnings are getting started for next week. And we devised a way to trade earnings, selected stocks with futures. And it is one of the best things that we do at 10-minute trades. Very, very successful part of our business. And it wasn't what I was really planning on talking about today because we have something special, but earnings have been so positive and such a good experience for us and our members that I just wanted to let everyone know. I wanted to show you just a couple of quick earnings trades. First off, it's important to understand what we do. Our whole DNA is based around trading in a schedule and on a planned schedule. We generally do not sit around waiting, looking at charts, hoping things are going to happen. It's the exact opposite. Every week, I create a schedule for our members and we post the schedule on our website. We also, of course, we email it to our members. And our schedule's free. So if you want to get our schedule, just go to our website, www.10minutetrades.com. Opt in for the free video, which shows you how to find your own 10-minute trades, and that will sign you up for our free schedule. And this is our schedule. What's very nice about our schedule, it shows the trigger time of the event that we're going to trade. So we trade events. Some people might call it news trading. News trading over the years had bad connotations. People said, oh, you can't trade news. It's too dangerous. It's not safe. Well, that's ridiculous. We trade news all the time. We've been doing it for 8 years. If it wasn't safe, trust me, we wouldn't be still in business after 8 years. You can trade news if you do it properly. Everything, all trading requires safety methods to be in place. You have to have risk management. You have to know what your possible risk is before an event. And then, of course, you can trade news. You can trade anything as long as you know how to do it properly. And our software allows us to trade the news properly. We create our weekly schedule. Our members get it, and then The whole week is planned out in advance. Now, that doesn't mean you can't take our software. Our software has grown in power over the 8 years that I've been at 10-minute trades. We've been updating our software. I'd say we have at least 2 to 3 updates a year easily. Our magnet trade, we've had 3 updates in the past 2 months. We have a final update coming Monday, just in time for the membership that we're going to offer. And our software is the key to everything that we do. It allows us to trade these fast moving at times events with a very high degree of precision, safety, and profitability. If you look at our schedule, it shows our members the event we're going to trade. So I'm going to start in my trade room this week, Sunday evening Eastern time, and we'll be there at 9:15 for a Chinese news report called the Manufacturing Non-Manufacturing. We'll stay in the room for another report that just 15 minutes later, the Chinese Caixin Manufacturing report. And that's Sunday evening. We'll actually get started. Then we'll be back in the room Monday. And you can just go through the schedule. We have something called family money trades. Those are the best of our best reports that if I was trading my family's money, those are the trades I would actually trade their real money, live cash. Those are our favorite best of the best trades. It doesn't mean that all our other trades are bad, but it means there are different levels of risk. And for us, our family money trades are the highest quality trades that we have. All right, so I will answer all questions that I see before I leave the webinar. I will make sure that I finish in time to answer your questions, so don't worry if I don't address it immediately, okay? So don't forget, you can go to our website, get our free schedule. Definitely recommend that everybody do that. And again, just as a reminder again, we trade futures and we trade using the Ninja Trader platform. We have looked over and over for another platform to support, and it is difficult out there. You know, trading is like the regular world. These days, everybody is so fragmented. Everybody's in their own little world. You know, it used to be that we thought maybe TradeStation would be popular enough, or maybe Sierra Charts, MetaTrader. There's a lot of platforms out there. TradingView now seems to be very, very popular. At some point, we're dying to trade and add our system to another platform. So type in if you tell me what platform you're trading on. I would be curious. If you're trading, and tell me what you're trading. Are you trading futures? Are you trading stocks? Are you trading bonds and options? Tell me what you're trading. And type in the name of the platform that you're trading on. I would be curious if you'd be kind enough, type in what you're up to. Also, I know that probably everybody is here because you want a new system. You're looking, if you were doing great, if your life was a perfect trading life, you might not be here because you might not be looking for something else to add to your trading, right? If things were phenomenal, you could be doing something else on a Saturday rather than listening to folks like us that want you to join us and trade with us. So I've got to figure that almost everybody here is looking for something great to do. And I think I have something great to do. So I spent years, like I said, watching charts, trading news. But before I get into, let me backtrack just for one more minute. And let me just show you why I'm so excited about earnings. So earnings starts next week. It starts slowly, and then it becomes an explosion of company after company releasing their earnings. We figured out a way to trade earnings using futures. So for instance, when I know that Boeing, one of our favorite companies, is coming out with earnings. Last quarter, Boeing was releasing their earnings. I thought for sure in this particular case, with all the bad news that Boeing had been subjected to, that there was no way their earnings could be positive, I never usually try to guess what the news is going to be because the market will usually hand it to you, if you know what I mean, and it'll respond in the exact opposite direction. And for us, it doesn't really matter. We're not trying to guess direction in any of the trades that we take. More often than not, it's our software and the event that's going to pull us into the market. In the case of earnings, in some of our earnings trades, we create a range. And when the range gets broken, we get pulled into the market. And that's how we trade. In the case of Boeing, I thought their earnings were going to be short. I didn't really care one way or the other. And it doesn't matter to our trading and our setup. We create a range. We know what time their earnings come out. The earnings were released. And interestingly enough, last quarter, Boeing did cause the futures that we were looking at to go down. We had an instant profit on that trade. We were pulled into the market. It hit our targets and our trade was over in a second. I'm not here to brag about how much money I made on that trade. That's not the key point. The point is, do we have a system that can help you to be profitable, that can help you to find winning trades? And I believe we really do. And our earnings trades are really, really, really good trades. So that's one type of earning trade that we have. That's called a range trade. We do a lot of very early morning trading where we'll trade companies like Home Depot, and we'll trade Home Depot's earnings. Home Depot is a company that they have a pretty expensive stock price. Companies that have a strong weight in the instrument that we're trading will move the market that we're trading. So on Home Depot, we are trading the YM. That is a very extensive move on Home Depot's earnings on the YM. That was also an immediate profit, more than $200 in a couple of seconds. Just trading a couple of contracts, you're looking at $5 a tick. That's not a lot of money in terms of trading huge. You don't need a $50,000 account. And yes, you can use prop accounts to trade with us. Members that are in our trade room have been paid by Apex. They've been paid by Lulu. They've been paid by Top Step. And they've also been paid by, I'm missing our most famous one, Buellnox. A lot of our members are using those companies. Prop trading is all the rage these days because it's a great way to learn how to trade without losing your own money. So I'm just excited to be here for those two main reasons. Earnings are starting next week. I did the last Traders Corner the last webinar I recently did was an earnings webinar, and I explained to everyone all the tools that we use. So look, I know we don't have a lot of time today, but earnings are so great for us and so important. Earningswhispers.com is a website. Just put it in your back pocket. When you get involved with us, you'll learn more about earnings. Earningswhispers.com, just go to their calendar and then click on the various dates, and you can see which companies are releasing their earnings just by clicking through this little tool that they have on their website. Just go through it. You can see the companies. Right now it's quiet, but as you noticed, when you go to their website, their main screen shows you their greatest hits. The greatest hits on earningswhispers.com will be lined up across the top. Carnival, Nike, Netflix. Netflix is a good one. Levi's, McCormick. These are some of the companies that we will be looking at to see if it's worthwhile to trade their earnings. Let me just show you one more trade. So I showed you two trades that were not that fast. They were not out of control. They were not very, very, very fast that you needed significant skill to trade them. There are other trades that you need good software. You need software that can handle the speedy market. Now, this was Amazon, I believe, on this trade. Nope, Meta, okay? This was a Meta trade. One of our favorite earnings trades is Meta. Now, if you notice, you got these little X's on the chart. Our software automatically puts X's, puts orders on the chart so that you could be ready for the news to get released. And then what happens is Facebook or whatever company we're trading that at that moment, they release their earnings, and then this is going to be a pretty explosive move right there. Okay, I just wanted to find the right moment. Now, this was a very interesting quarter because they happened to be 5 minutes late with their earnings, which was a huge surprise. We were still able to take advantage of that trade. You could see it was an explosive move, more than 100 ticks, and we captured a nice piece of that for over $1,000 on a profitable Facebook earnings trade. I want to teach you how to do this, and that's why I'm here today. That's what I do. That's my job. I love teaching people how to trade earnings, and today I'm teaching something special, something that I knew that over and over and over, there was something that happened on the charts all the time. Just don't forget the disclaimer, everyone. You can lose money trading futures. Trade carefully. Don't trade money you cannot afford to lose. We have something called the magnet trade. Now, for all of you out there, does anybody know what a magnet is when it's talked about in terms of trading? Now, if you know me and if you know us, you can't say you know what a magnet is, because you do, because we've been talking about magnets in our trade room for months and months and months. Most people don't realize what a magnet is. So thanks for being here. Of course, earnings are starting. What is a magnet? Magnets are levels on the chart. Exactly, Joe. Levels on a chart where price responds over and over in a predictable manner. Now, does that mean always the same every time? Of course not, no. But it does mean often enough to create a setup that can lead to profitable trading. Magnets, again, are predictable levels on charts that exhibit similar behavior over and over. Here's the best part: year in, year out. Magnets are not something like robots where you buy $10,000 worth of robots and you have to spend the whole rest of your life programming the robots because the market is changing over and over and over. One of the most incredible things about magnets and about our magnet strategy, besides the fact that these levels create significant price action and they present multiple opportunities, often more than one opportunity, in a very short period of time in a single trading session. Magnets also, these types of setups can be triggered by news. We are, by our DNA, news traders. We're a news trading company. When we originally designed the magnet trade, we really didn't design it as a news trading option. It was designed because we noticed these price levels after the news and before the news were constantly being hit, constantly being targeted, constantly being a level where price was going to. And that's how we wound up creating this magnet strategy. So let me go further and further. We also love the fact that just like our news trades, magnet trades are not 2-hour trades. In general, they're quick hits. You hit the magnet, you get out. That's what we like. We also realize how important our daily trade reports could be to traders that want to get involved with magnets. Again, originally, when we first started thinking about magnets and designing magnets, we never really thought that some of our existing tools would be all that useful. But other, of course, than our software, which is useful whether you want to trade our system, any system. Our software, besides being geared towards trading the news and trading the way that we trade, you can use our software for any trading system you might have, because our software is an automated trading manager. It sets up so that you don't have to learn the programming language of NinjaTrader to write your own ATMs. You can just type numbers into our software and create an ATM. So it's a great thing to know that our software can be used whether you trade the way that we trade or if you trade any other way that you want. You can be just a regular, happy, discretional trader and you could use our software. You could use our software to trade opens. You could use our software to trade market moving events. You could use our software to trade if you're a Fibonacci trader. But we also realized that our daily market movers, our trade reports that we send to our members every day that there's an event that has this type of a report, which is, I'd say about 80% of our events have a DMM. We call them DMMs, daily market movers. Yesterday, we were in the room trading the core PCE price index, and our DMM has the trade set up. But we did not realize until we started developing our magnet strategy that a lot of these daily market movers take place where magnets and magnet trades are created. And before I go today, I'll show you a news-based magnet trade, which is something we weren't really planning on doing. We're also going to include 2 magnet trade rooms per week for members that take our offer, and I'll get to the offer. As I said before, you can trade in a prop account. You can trade cash real money. You can trade the way that we trade in a prop account. Any way that you want to trade, you can trade using our system. So here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to back out of my slides for a minute, and I want to show you a couple of trades. But you know, before I don't have a lot of time, this is going to be relatively quick. I just want to remind everybody that the human part of this is so important. You're not going to be alone. You're not going to be all by yourself. You'll be able to come into our trade room twice a week to have special magnet trades. And we're always so reasonable. If somebody wants an extra day in our trade room, you need some extra help, all you have to do is ask. We hardly ever say no to anybody if they need extra help learning how to do something. But it's the community. It's all the nice people that you'll be involved with besides just me teaching you how to set up these magnet trades. But here's the deal. So here's what our new membership offer is going to be. $47 a month, you'll get our magnet strategy, our daily market movers, which we sell $67 a month by themselves, and 2 weekly magnet trade rooms every week. That's what you'll get. The link that you want to use is www.10minutehustle.com. Yes, I'm hustling you for $47 a month, but I'm also going to post our regular link in case anybody has any problem signing up with our regular link. That's what I'm going to post. And of course, I'll send everyone an email. But let me show you why I think the magnet setup is probably one of the best setups I've ever seen. Remember, anybody can use it because the magnet is based on high of day, low of day, and your custom levels. So if you're a NinjaTrader user, all you have to do is right-click the NinjaTrader chart, go to indicators, and put on your chart current high of day OHL, open, high, low, and scroll down and put the pivots on the chart, pivots. You're now set up to be a successful magnet trader. My favorite magnet setups are the high of day, low of day setups. We have a built-in high of day system. We have 2 custom systems built into our strategy. High of day, low of day magnets, and custom level magnets. Custom level basically says any level you see on the chart, you can use that level as your magnet, okay? Or I like to think of the custom level as the area that I'm gonna enter my trade. The magnet is the item or the price, it's not an item, but it's a price that we're gonna get pulled into. Always think of the magnet as your exit. The magnet is your exit. So if I have a high of day, low of day setup, all right, and right here, one of my favorite instruments to trade the magnet is gold. So let me show you how this magnet worked. So what I did was I put our strategy on and I enable it. And our strategy has an automated system where all I have to do is click the magnet button and turn it purple. And I now have an automated magnet trade. If you notice on the chart, you could trade long or short, you could choose which direction, or if I scroll down, there's also this thick line down at the bottom because I could trade a short magnet. In this case, we're pushing towards testing the high of day, so I'm going to trade the long magnet. I don't even have to press long or short. I don't have to worry about it. The market's not going all the way down there at the moment. So I could just turn on the magnet, make it automatic, and then when the market is moving, it fills me at my thick line, which is the order level, and my software automatically knows what my targets are going to be. Now, for my way of thinking, I'm always thinking I would like to exit my trade a couple of ticks before it actually gets to the magnet, okay? So understand what I'm saying. If the magnet is the high of the day, our software automatically puts your exit 3 ticks before you get to the high. Of course, you have the ability to change it. If you want an order, an exit higher than that, you can do that. Currently we're supporting 2 positions in our magnet strategy. I actually love this as a single position multi-contract strategy. That's my favorite way of trading it. So now all I'm doing now is waiting for the magnet to get tested. I got in long because I had a long order. I'm going to speed up this trade a little bit because we're in a webinar. And what's going to happen is this magnet, this price level, like it does so many times over and over, it's going to pull the candle price right into it. It's going to test my level and it's going to give me my profit. Now, of course, you know, I would not expect you to believe that every single magnet works. They don't, but there are good times and bad times to trade magnets. Magnets work great around the opens. Magnets work great around news. What did I say? We also, that same morning, this was 8:45 in the morning, gold was trading after a news report, okay? After news, the market is much more volatile, much more amenable to hitting a magnet. So, but we also realized, I'll bet that we could make news trading a little bit safer. There are people that just can't stomach the risk that news trading sometimes involves. And it's not everybody. A lot of people love the risk, but our magnet trade now can reduce the risk. So think about it. Here's the chart, and this was yesterday, before the PCE price index was released, a very important news report that the market was waiting for because it's an inflationary indicator. And everyone knows the Fed is there adjusting interest rates because everyone's worried about what we're doing about inflation. And we want to make sure it's continuing to fall. So our magnet trade, I noticed that we had an ES high of day before the news a perfect possibility. If the news pushes the ES up, we had a phenomenal possibility for a one direction magnet trade. So I put the long trade on. Watch what happened yesterday. This was right at the time of the news. The magnet's going to explode to the upside. It automatically puts my orders there, right? And it fills those orders. Now, what happened is I didn't turn the trade on automatically because I wasn't paying attention. So let's do it the right way. But that brings up two ways to trade the magnet. When I'm trading news, I would not try to be fast enough to turn the trade on automatically. I would turn it on automatically before the news. So in this case, watch again. I'm going to turn the news trade on. I'm going to turn my magnet trade on, press the button, okay? The button is going to be put my order so that it hits, when it hits the target, the high of the day, I'm taken out of the trade. Instant profit if you traded the news that morning in one direction using the ES. I'll show it to you again. It's very simple. We saw a magnet opportunity and we took it by trading in the direction of that magnet. All I had to do was enable my trade. Let me right click the chart just to give you an idea. We have a high of day, low of day system, a percentage of distance away from that high of day. I used 9%. All I did was nothing else. I had a stop that defaulted to 20 ticks. All I had to do is just tell the program what account to trade on, enable the magnet in NinjaTrader's control panel, turn it on so it's automatic. And now when the news comes out, you could see my order. My order is right here, okay? And it's gonna get filled when the price explodes up, and it's gonna give me a profit based on how many instruments I trade. That was a perfect magnet trade. It's very, very easy. You can trade any instrument. So I'm seeing that there are some questions. Does it work with treasuries? Can you do it every day? So you could do a magnet trade 10 times a day if you want. Treasuries, I assume you mean bonds. If you want to trade with ZB or you want to trade with ZF, any instrument, all you have to do is put on the chart your pivots and your high of day, low of day. And also, don't forget what we said, you could set up a very simple custom level to trade a magnet trade with a custom level. So on this particular chart, I set up a magnet trade, and let me get rid of, this is a video so you could see it. If you notice on this chart, we had the VWAP. The VWAP is a very popular magnet, and it also was sitting on the PP pivot, also a great magnet. It's almost a guarantee that that level's going to get tested, especially at 10 o'clock on a regular trading day with gold. It's just going to get tested. It happens over and over. That's the beauty about magnets. Markets have been testing pivots and highs of days since the beginning of time. You don't have to reprogram for robots. You don't have to reprogram for a market. The only things you have to learn is reading a little bit of trend, understanding what the best times are to trade your magnets. No constant reprogramming of robots. It's a phenomenal, easy way to trade. So we set up a magnet trade, watch. That's the area. I know that this area is going to get tested. My fill is the heavy line. My exit is the magnet. I put that custom level in there. I can use any price level on the chart as a magnet. So if you're a Fibonacci trader, if you're a Okamochi cloud trader, if you're any kind of indicator that you like, you can create a custom level. They all work with our system. So folks, I don't know where the time went. This was the fastest webinar I've ever seen. We've created this magnet strategy. Our new membership is called 10-Minute Trades Basic. It's going to start October 1st, 2024. www.10minutehustle.com. Yes, I'm hustling you for $47 a month to join our system. I'm also going to put in a link that if you want to get involved with trading earnings with us also, I'll put in a link so you can upgrade to our full membership. It's not that much more money than our magnet monthly membership. That'll be in the email. It's a phenomenal system. You get the magnet strategy, which is two strategies in one. It's the high of day, low of day system, and it's the custom system. We're also including our daily market movers. They alone, as I was saying at the beginning of this event, they sell for $67 a month, and we're going to include 2 magnet trades per week. I will pick what I think are going to be the 2 best trade rooms that will lead to the best magnet strategies. I like trading the gold open with magnets. That's a real good time to trade magnets. And I also love the oil and gas reports, the Wednesday and Thursday, 10:30 Eastern time reports. They're great reports to trade around magnets because those price levels often get hit. So I can't believe the time is already gone, everyone. Membership will start October 1st. So you have a couple of days to get ready. The software availability, Jim, will be October 1st. And I want to be very clear with everyone, and this does not apply to you, Jim. If you are, it's very important. The magnet strategy is not part of our JOBB software. It's a completely different system. So just keep that in mind. It's $47 a month, www.10minutehustle.com. I've posted, I'll post the link for everyone so that you have it. I can't believe this webinar is over already. It just feels like it went so fast. Anybody have any other questions for me? And then I'll get cracking. Let me just post this one more time so everyone has it. I see a couple of questions. Now, of course, everyone always asks, what about slippage? Everyone's so afraid of slippage. Yeah, sometimes there's slippage, but sometimes the slippage is not nearly as big as the move that we make with our trade. But of course, you want to be aware that there can be slippage during news events. And here's the thing about slippage. Very often slippage works in your favor, and you might get extra ticks of profit because the market is moving fast and you get out in the direction you wanted to 10 ticks better. That happens often, just as sometimes you have bad slippage. Testimonials, people all the time are writing in, Leigh, you're the best person I've ever met. Thanks for helping me. I'll be in the trade room. February was my best month. I made 3,000. Thanks for your patience and training. Members love us trading Facebook. Don't forget that members are trading in their prop accounts. I just qualified in my funding. I funded three Apex accounts with our system. Ravi is trading in our system every week. He made $540 on Adobe earnings in a second. So folks, get basic, 10-minute trades basic, just $47 a month. I promise the update will be available this week. We'll be ready to go in time for 10/1/24. So thanks everybody. My time is up already, and I want to thank you all for listening and paying attention to what I had to say. I really appreciate it. So thanks Traders Corner for having me on, and I hope I see you again real soon.
Thank you, Leigh. Thank you for making such a generous offer to our audience today. Your offer sounds like a great opportunity, getting lots of great feedback there, and just seems great. It seems like a great opportunity to learn more about trading the news at an unbeatable price. That magnet trade looks great. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades, who is a seasoned expert at trading the news. You can learn more about his special offer by clicking on the link in the chat box or going to 10minutetrades.com. Leigh, thanks again for joining us today, and we hope to see you back on Traders Corner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders' resumes and brings you only the most credible and qualified educators to participate on our venue. And our next presenter is no exception. She specializes in helping people to day trade with confidence and ease. If you have the desire to learn to trade, to day trade successfully, she simplifies the process by completely breaking down the art of identifying high probability trade setups. Here to present 4 basic strategies to get over yourself and have fun day trading is Marina, the trader chick, Villatoro. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Marina.
Hello, how's everybody doing?
I think we're doing pretty great today.
Can you see my screen?
I can
Hi,
see.
can you hear me?
Audience, yeah. Let's see, the audience here.
Are you able to see my screen?
Looks like
Okay,
yes.
thanks everybody. Okay, good. Okay, because it just did some funky flip around on me. I don't know what happened, but I'm happy you guys are able to see it. And thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for being here. How is everybody doing? Can you guys let me know where you're all coming from? I see that we have a full house. Where are you guys coming from? You could put it here in, oh, Syracuse, New York. Wow, New York City. I grew up in New York. Very cool. Nice to have you guys here. Dan and Mahesh, right? I think I'm pronouncing right. Toronto, Imran. Oh, nice. So far, lots of people from the East Coast. All right. How is it? Is the weather nice there? I know that it was sunny, like really warm just a while ago, right? Let me see here. Yeah, wow, Vancouver Island. Oh, Peter, I love Vancouver Island. It's one of my favorite places. So beautiful there. You had rain this morning. Okay. Dreading the snow, Imran. Yeah, Toronto. I love Toronto, but it can get brutally cold there and brutally windy, right? But I guess that's part of living in Canada. Anyways, guys, I am so grateful that you are here, and I want to jump right in. We don't have a lot of time, but one of the things I want to definitely say is that I love your questions. And for me, having your questions is probably one of the more important things. And it's also more important for you guys as well, because that's when I feel that you will truly, truly get the most out of this presentation today. So please ask away and let's jump in. This is me, Marina, the Trader Chick. Hello, everybody. And today I do want to talk about how to get over yourself and have fun in doing all of this. Before we get started, I really want to ask you guys an important question. Okay, I just want you guys to go with this because it's going to be really important to you, to your understanding. Who here actually has fun when they sit in front of their charts and in the front and day to day in front of their charts and play with the markets? I want to know who here actually has a good time doing it, like truly having fun versus the praying and desperation at times and the dreading when they goes the wrong way, because we've all been there, right? And that's the most important part. All right, Dan, good, Edmund, because if you don't have fun, it could be pretty dreadful. Here is my other question, something that I bet you did not think of when you sat down with this presentation, but how many of you guys drive a car or have been in one? Because the shocking fact is that there are thousands, if not gazillions of accidents each year, right? It's a pretty sad fact, but it's a real fact. Yet every day we still get into our cars, we drive our kids, even knowing these shocking facts, we still have a lot of fun in the car. And unfortunately, we do text, we answer our phones. I know you do it, I've seen you do it, I've been doing it. And even funnier and more dangerous, we used to live in Guatemala and there was very little rules there. But yes, this is me, my sons, and our dog. So we still did it. We still get in and have fun. So another question is, how many of you have lost a lot in the markets? That I want to see some hands up, because if you guys are honest to yourselves, you'll be more honest to when you are sitting in front of your charts. How many of you? You don't be shy, guys, because we've all been there, right? We have all been there, me included, like tons, right? And the reality is, look at me still, right? Even though I have gone through a lot, I'm still here. I get to hug my kids. I get to travel. I get to be with my husband. And that is the most important thing, is because when we get into a car, there's a real chance that there could be a real life injury. Yet we still have fun when we do that. Yet when we do trading, we treat it much more seriously, right? We put a lot more seriousness into it. I don't know how that goes, but when we could start to disconnect ourselves from that seriousness, we could start to have a lot more fun. The thing is, don't get me wrong, you can't just get into a car and just wing it, right? You do need to know how to drive a car, right? You can't just press on the pedal and go, right? You need to understand, because if you know the basics of driving, you could drive. And it goes the same for when you are trading. When you know the basics, you will not end up crashing. Okay, and that is the most important thing. And after years of learning, so what I was doing quite a lot, and I have a feeling that a lot of you guys do that, and it's understandable, is that we join chat rooms, right? Like we're sitting in chat rooms and we're watching other people trade, and we're not fully understanding why they're doing what they're doing, but we want to follow along. So we start to follow along to a trade that they say that they think that is correct. You're not really sure why. You hop in, next thing you know, the trade has gone in the other direction. Now you're trying to get out of it, but your ego is telling you not, and boom, guess what? You start to crash, right? And that is literally what was happening to me. I crashed and ended up losing because of that, over and over and over again, to the point where it was almost 4,000 in 5 minutes, right? I was chasing a trade because somebody said it was a good one. I didn't see where. I started to chase the trade. Then it changed on me. I then did not want to allow myself to do that. I wanted to be able to say that it's going to turn around, and next thing you know, boom, blowing the account literally in 5 minutes. And did I end up stopping there? Here's the reality, guys. No. You know why? I revenge traded. And that is something that we all tend to do, because we start to really put in so much emotion, we start to run after it, and that's how it kind of is like a domino effect, right? And basically what ended up happening to me is that I totaled my car 2 times, right? No pun intended, but I had a total breakdown. Total breakdown. And what happens when you have a breakdown? Have you ever thought of what happens when you have a breakdown? You're faced with 2 decisions usually, right? One is that you quit. You'll never do it again because you're just done. That's one of the breakdown moments. Or you have a breakthrough. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that movie, Nacho Libre. I definitely recommend you guys see it. It's super funny. It's a really, really good movie to watch. So there's one part where Nacho, who wants to be this amazing luchador, which is a wrestler. And what he does is he's terrible. And there's this one scene where he's standing in church and praying and saying, Lord, why did you give me this passion to be this luchador and made me so lousy at it? And that's kind of what I felt when I was doing this over and over again, until Nacho had his big breakthrough, ended up winning, and we know how the story ends. And that was very similar to what happened to me. I had a breakthrough. So what happened was, when I quit, when I stepped away, I did quit though. I stepped away and I started to really think about what was happening to me. And what I realized was that I did not understand the basics. Basically, every time I was saying, can you please explain what is a reversal pattern? What is a divergence? What is a support area? I was always treated in these chat rooms, either I had to be born with this information, which we all know isn't true, or completely ignored. And that's when I came back after I quit. I quit for about 4 months. I came back with the one intention of learning the basics, because what I'm seeing and what was I doing and what is I see a lot of people do is that we put in windows, right? Imagine you are building an apartment or a house and you're putting in windows, but you forgot to build the wall that holds the windows, right? And what happens to the windows? They just keep on crashing. That wall that will keep your windows up, that's the basics. And that's what everything changed for me. So before we get into the fun stuff, I just want to do a really quick intro, because one thing that I did also realize is that I became too much into the charts versus being me, the person. I am Marina. I am an expat in Barcelona. I'm actually traveling right now with my parents and my husband in Belgium. I don't know if any of you guys have ever been to Antwerp. That's the beauty of trading. You could do it from anywhere. And before I was a trader, I was a fitness instructor. And the main reason I bring this up is because so many people don't realize that you do not have to have any kind of background that goes with trading, because there is no such thing. You can come from any background, and that's the greatest part of all. So you could also do this from anywhere in the world, and that's why we love trading. All right, now what I really want to talk about is the basics of trading, because once you know how to have the basics of trading, those automatic basics, right? You can have the same fun just as we do when we go on road trips, because we fall back on those basics, on those important things. And today we're going to talk about 4 of them, and they are just like a car. You're going to have those down, like where the steering wheel is, where the rear view mirror is. And once you have that going, boom, you could access and do anything. And that is a guarantee. I can guarantee once you understand this, it will elevate you to that next level. But one very, very, very important thing, you cannot drive a minivan if you want to be a Formula One racer. You cannot be a professional trader with some rinky-dink apps on your phone, guys. It's so important. You need to have a professional platform. And today there are so many amazing platforms, and most of them, funny enough, are free. Some of them, yes, you do have to pay. And once you pay, you do not need to buy any more indicators or algorithms, none of it. Okay, because the indicators come with the platforms. Good platforms have hundreds of universal, powerful indicators and really good feed, and you need to start there. So that is the number one thing, right? You need to have the proper vehicle to be able to drive properly. That is first and foremost, okay? Now, the next one is market movement and understanding trends, because a lot of time it's amazing to me that people don't understand the basic trends and are putting money into the market. Once you understand this, I can guarantee you, you will not only spot the trends, but you'll be able to stay out of bad ones and get into the powerful, confirmed, strong ones. All right, so there are 3 trends. Yes, there's only 3. There's the upward, there's the downward. But to be honest with you, those 2 are not the most important ones. The most important one is the sideways one. Do you know why? Because this is the indecision zone. This is the channeling market. This is the consolidation. This is the chop. This is the exhaustion pattern. And what I see a lot of people do is they keep on putting trades into these areas, thinking that they could beat the market or predict it. And let me tell you, you cannot do either one. What you can do is recognize that this is a sideways movement, and you need to just let it go until it decides on the direction. And that's what we're really going to focus on today, because pro traders, they know when to sit out. More importantly than knowing when to get in and when to get out. I know that sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but it's actually the most important movement of all. All right, understanding these charts, understanding where these trends are, because you could have a super strong downward trend and then boom, sideways market, and it's not going to break through, and then it transitions, or vice versa. So what's an upward trend? It's pretty simple. Each pivot is higher than the next, right? It's pretty understandable. It's the bull market, it's the market trending up, it's the market going up. This is where you buy. This is when you go long. What does that mean? It means this is when you enter low, exit high, take the profit in between. This is when you are going long. This is when you are buying. Downward trend is the opposite. And yes, traders make as much, if not more, going in the downward trend. Each pivot lower than the next. This is where we are selling or going short or shorting the market, however you want to say it. This is where you enter at a high price point, exit at a low price point, and take the money in between. There is no other guessing game, and you don't want to overthink it. But if our technical analysis is telling us enter high, exit low, boom, you got to monetize and optimize. This is where you short the market, people. The bear market, the going down market, definitely learn how to monetize it, and I can guarantee you will be gaining so much more profit. All right, now let's really talk and really hone in on those transition areas, those side movements, the consolidation area, because this is literally a trader's worst enemy. And once we learn how to spot these areas and avoid them, you are golden. All right, this is a consolidation area. What is this? It's an area that it's a channeling market, right? It's where an area literally bounces in between 2 points. Okay, it's so important to understand this, guys, because this is where the market really doesn't know what it's going to do. So the reason why so many people lose money here, it's not because they're not listening to the market, it's because they want to outthink the market, or they want to think that they're going to predict what the market is doing. And a lot of times, for instance, when people look at this, is they put too much emotional importance in it, right? So for instance, if some people, like the people who are the trend is your friend kind of a trader, they look at this and they're like, you know what, the market's been going up all day, I'm going to continue it. And you're going to start to put the money in a sideways market, but guess what? It's flat. It's a flatliner. It's not doing that. Or you have the contrarian traders. And the contrarian trader is, they see this market and they're like, you know what? It's been going up all day. It's got to correct. I'm going to short the market. And they start to put their money into shorts. And guess what? It's still a flat market. All right. So it's really, really important, you guys, to understand what I said earlier, that one of the most important moves you're going to make is the one to sit out entirely. All right. When you know that when you're starting to spot these sideways markets, sit out, because they can be dangerous. And I could also guarantee that the majority of your money gets lost during these areas. All right. And they happen often. And once we're able to spot them, we can sit out. And best of all, we'll know when to enter after they are done. That is going to be the key, right? Because once we can spot it, boom, anything. So a lot of people you're going to hear, and they're going to tell you, oh, this is where you enter the market. This is where I take this trade or that trade. But if you don't know what you're looking at, it doesn't matter what the others are saying, right? Because it's not making sense to you. But when you can take the wheel and drive that car, that is when you'll be able to fully understand what is happening and to align with what other people say if it aligns with you. Here's the thing, guys. You need to know the areas. It doesn't matter what market you are trading, you need to understand the areas. And what are these areas? They're the support and resistance areas. And the market respects them. And we, as individual retail traders, need to understand them as well. What are they? Okay, first and foremost, going back to owning a charting platform or having a good charting platform, you need to draw these areas in, because once you can draw these areas in, then you can spot them and recognize them. Because what happens a lot of times is when you enter the market, your heart is pounding, you are in a full-on adrenaline rush, because it's it's powerful. But when you start to look to the left and your chart is not properly drawn or understand why you enter that, you're going to stress even more. So what we do is we draw in areas. And when the market is going up and all of a sudden starts to hit a certain area over and over and over again, that is the ceiling of the market. That's the resistance area. And you need to spot it and draw it in. Why? Because the market revisits it. And once you understand it and you see it, you stay out of that market entirely. Okay, and that is how you save your money for when the market does break through or change direction. You can enter and you have a lot more on you have money in the bank that you could work with. What is a support area? So the market is heading down. and all of a sudden starts to hit that area over and over and over and over again. What happens here? It hits the floor. This is a support area. This is a support area, okay? This is when you have to understand where the market is revisiting, and you have to listen to the market and stay out of it entirely. Now, channeling markets. You put in the resistance area, you draw in the support area. Look at this market, guys. Is this something you really want to put your money into? I know right now you're looking and you're like, oh my goodness, no, it's horrible. It's so choppy. It's all over the place. It's erratic. It's ugly. But the thing is, when you're actually in the market and you're seeing this, your mind isn't telling you that. What your mind is saying, oh my God, I could beat the market. I know when it's going to break through. I know when it's going to transition. And we don't. But we do know that it's just right in front of you, an ugly market. It's choppy, it's ugly, it has no direction, and we do not want to give our hard-earned money into that particular market, right? So hold on to your money, guys, because once you understand how to spot these, and once we understand where the market is going to reverse or it's going to break through, that's when we can truly profit. All right. How do we recognize when these areas are first beginning? And these are my two absolute favorite things to do. And the coolest thing of all, it's free. You can do it on any market as long as you have a charting software. Reversal areas and divergences. What are reversal areas? Double tops, double bottoms, triple bottoms, and head and shoulders. They are the greatest. I can guarantee you, once you could do this, you will be able to save so much money and have so much more confirmation for when the market changes direction or breaks out. Okay, and on top of that, my favorite is divergences. So if you look here, you can tell that the price action is going in one direction. And look here at the red little dotted lines right there. That is the MACDs. This is my absolute favorite indicator. Why? Because it is the least lagging indicator out there. What does that mean? It means that what it's showing me is not what the market is actually going to do, but it is telling me the market is either strong or it's losing its steam and becoming weaker. You never ever want to enter a market that is weak, but you do when it's strong, and Max D's show you that. Now, here is a perfect example of a double bottom. It's flat, but the divergence is showing me that the market is starting to go in a different way, that it is losing its steam. Okay, now I want to put all of this together. We're going to talk about breaking out of areas and how to spot those valid breakouts. Because once you can spot those areas and draw them in, we are then destined and positioned to take the most powerful trade out there, and that is the breakout trade. All right, what is a breakout? So very easy to explain. The market is moving in one direction, and all of a sudden it just starts to hit this ceiling, or it could do the exact same opposite, going down, hit a floor, and it just keeps on hitting that area, right? Because now we are in an indecision zone. But all of a sudden, boom, the market breaks out and continues in the exact same direction. That's the breakout. And once we understand those areas, guess what? That's when we can enter those areas. So this is how I take these trades. So as you can see here, I have a pretty significant resistance area. And if you look at my MACDs at the bottom where it's the dashed black line, that is the zero line. That is where there is absolutely no strength in the market. But look what happens after it breaks out of the resistance area. Look at the MACDs. It just flies up with such strength. And then boom, that's the breakout trade. That is where you enter once you spot that. And that is only if you're able to draw it in and truly understand what is happening. Now, what I mentioned earlier, that there are two really strong trades, the breakout and when it transitions into a new trend trade. This is, I call this the initial instant reaction trade. Why? When we have a new trend setting up, it's the most powerful time to enter a trade. So we need to understand when that happens. And again, your charts talk to you. They tell you that with MACDs with the strength of the price action. And the sooner you could get in, then the more of a profit you're able to get. And all of this, guys, is 100% free for you to understand. These are not expensive indicators with flashy signals. It doesn't give you analysis paralysis. It's right here, and the market is simply talking to you. All right, that is the beauty of understanding the simplicity. And actually, the simpler you understand and the more you understand the basics, the better you will be able to trade. And that I know for a fact. So here's the thing, guys. We have absolutely everything that we need to take action, right? We have everything that we need to take action. But at the end of the day, how do you know if you are doing it right, right? We have YouTube gurus, we have podcasters, we have books, we have live presentations, but then how do you know that you are doing it right? Because all of this is great. And the real, at the end of the day though, is how do I even get started, right? How do I even get started? And this is not from beginners. I get this question asked from seasoned traders over and over again. And all they keep on asking is, how can I turn this around? How can I be profitable and consistent? And honestly, it literally boils down to just not fully understanding the basics, not having those concrete basics, not having that wall solidified to hold in those trades, to hold those windows so that every time you put in a trade, it doesn't come crashing because you have the foundation. Okay, it's like literally back to driving a car. If you don't know where the steering wheel is, if you don't know where the gear shift is, if you don't know where the clutch is or the brake is, are you really going to be able to drive? Those are the basics, right? Once you understand that, you are able to completely maneuver the car. Now, one truly important thing, okay? Just give yourself this creativity and imagination. Imagine you are driving and somebody gets into your car and they have never been in a car before. And all of a sudden then you tell them, all right, you got to buckle up. It's going to save your life. You got to buckle up that seatbelt. And they've never been in the car before. Nobody's ever taught them what a seatbelt is. And they're looking around, they're like, why do I have to buckle up? Where's the seatbelt? What does that mean? If you guys aren't told or taught what that is, how are you able to master it, right? And this was my own sad truth, honestly, for years. And I spent thousands on this. Yet, even though I was being told all these complex things, because I was never taught the basics, I struggled for years and was losing all the time. Like I mentioned earlier, almost 4,000 in less than 5 minutes. And then I walked away. I had to quit because I just couldn't manage it. I couldn't handle it anymore. And I felt like I was defeated. But here's the thing. I came back. And you know why? Because I was bit by the trading bug. And I have a feeling that everybody here is also bit by that same trading bug, and it never stops itching. And you know why that is? Because deep down inside, we know that we could do this. When I walked away, when I quit, I just kept on telling myself, if others could do it, so could I. What is it that is missing for me? And that's when I realized, that's when I truly understood that I never fully understood the basics. And the basics are everything. Without the basics, there is truly nothing else. And that's when I decided to go back to the basics. And interestingly enough, I used to have 3 monitors. I'm now down to 1. I had 10 indicators. I'm now down to 2 because simplicity will always win. And I got back to the basics. And a couple of years back, one of my students goes to me, he's like, you know, Marina, your philosophy is very similar to Coach John Wooden. And I'm like, who is Coach John Wooden? Because I never heard of him before. So of course I Googled him, and he was this absolutely incredible, legendary basketball coach. To this day, I don't think anybody has come close to his legendary way. And his entire philosophy was, when in doubt, get back to the basics. And I'm talking like 88 national championships, 10 NCAAs. His teams were A-list players, star players. Yet every season, he would start with the basics: how to roll up your sock, how to tie your shoe, how to dribble the ball. Why? Because it doesn't matter how many times you have won the nationals, If you have a shoe untied, you are running down that court, boom, you get sprain your ankle and you're out for the season. You need to get back to the basics. And today I have a very special offer for only the people that have come today and taken the time, only for you guys, for participants, because I truly appreciate you guys being here. And I have an introductory course for you. Bootcamp for day trading. You could do it on any apparatus, on iPhone, on phones, smartphones, on tablets, desktops, laptops, it doesn't matter, everything. And all of this, one-time fee of $97, no extra fees. You will not be paying anything extra. Now, I want you guys to go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. Go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. Please go to bootcampfordaytrading.com, and let's go along with what I am going to offer you here. First and foremost, what can you get for $97 that will bring you the same return on investment? Do you guys like to play golf? I don't even think you could go for the day for one person at $97 anymore. I know for a fact that it's about $159, depending on where you go. $179 is the normal price. You want to take out your family to eat? Okay, great. But today, $97 barely buys food for me and my husband, honestly, with some wine. No joke. So $97. This is all that you guys are going to get. Again, please go here, bootcampfordaytrading.com. Go to your browser and just put it in so you can follow along. Let's break this down. First and foremost, you will get a simplified day trading package. I will completely help you set up your platform, because I know how hard it could be. And a lot of times we get caught up in not understanding, so that you don't have to worry about that. I help you fully set up your platform. Okay, so that we can get into the fun stuff, the trading. Then we really go into understanding and dissecting the markets, upward trends, downward trends, and most important of all, those sideways trends, and understanding those magic telltale signs, reversal patterns, and divergences, because these to me are the greatest, and they're so simple. And once you get them, it will revolutionize your trading. Then we're going to really zone in on those defense areas, the support, resistance, the divergences, reversal patterns. They're unbelievable. Divergences for me are my holy grails, and we really go into it, because once we understand all of that, then we can truly master the breakout trade. And the best thing of all, to avoid those fake out breakouts, because they happen, but they are fully avoidable. All right, once we really understand that, boom, it changes everything, and you will have unlimited access to the curriculum. All of this is valued at $1,600. And like I said, $97 for you. But here's what some of my students have to say. And I have students from all over the world. Michelle, best money I have sent. I'm just finishing the boot camp now. Derek, you are the only mentor that truly checks the work and really works with you. Adrian, I am enjoying boot camp and I'm learning every day. Remember when I said to you guys, how do you know that you're doing it right? How do you know what you are doing with your charts is right? So here's the thing. This is probably the most important thing. I know how hard it is when there's nobody to talk with or nobody can help me, and you have all these questions. So what I'm doing is including in that one-time $97 price, I am including one entire month of one-on-one mentorship with me. Unlimited feedback. Okay, one unlimited feedback. You guys will be able to fully ask me anytime, show me your charts. We work together so you don't have to worry and understand, oh my gosh, am I doing it right? I am going to be there to mentor you. And all of this, the best for last, I also have a live trade room where it's me helping you guys implement everything that we are learning, and you'll get 30 days free membership with this one-time $97 fee. All right, guys, go here right now, bootcampfordaytrading.com. Here's what you guys get. Everything in the course, 30 days one-on-one with me. That alone is priceless, priceless. 30 days live chat room. Okay, I just really want to emphasize like I know how much each trade is usually, the trades that we take is usually between 200 to 400, right, per time. This is less than one trade. And this course 10x your return on the investment. So let's go and get here so we can take out our family for hundreds of more dinners. But one thing that's really important, because of the price, I only have space for 25 people because it really fills up super fast. And this is a full house today. So I'm just letting you know, $97, boom. I want you guys to go here right now. Okay, let's put in bootcamp for day trading. This is where it takes you. It's going to take you to this, oh, what's happening here? It's going to take you to this order form. All right, it takes you right here. And as you can see, one time, $97. If you do want a payment plan, I do offer 2 times for $59, but you get absolutely everything automatically. And we can start working together when you are ready. Okay, so if you go here, bootcamp for daytrading.com, everything that we're talking about, you will be able to access. Okay, let me see. I think there are a couple of questions here. Hang on just a second here. Okay, here we go. So guys, go to bootcampfordaytrading.com. This is the time for you guys. If you have any questions or anything, please let me know. This is what the order form is going to look like. Bootcampfordaytrading.com. Right here, $97. What you guys will get in the course, you'll first of all get help with setting up your platform. You'll understand the entire workspace. We will be truly getting into the trends, understanding reversal patterns, support resistance areas, and mastering the breakouts. And you will get one entire month, one-on-one with me. All right, guys, hope to see you in the course, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And if there's anything else, I'm always available. Please let me know any questions. And thank you so much for taking the time and being here with me today. And thank you so much for having me with you guys today as well. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Traders Corner. I really appreciate being here.
Thank you, Marina. I love how you simplify everything so anyone can understand and succeed at the art of trading. Great information. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us today at Traders Corner and for making such a generous offer to our members. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Marina, the trader chick, Villatoro. We put her special offer link in the chat box. You can also find Marina at thetraderchick.com. Marina, we hope to have you back on Traders Corner. Thanks again.
Thank you, Anthony. Thanks, everybody. Have a really great rest of your day. Oh, the weekend. It's a Saturday. Have a good rest of the weekend. Bye.
Thank you so much. Yep. At the top of this show, I mentioned we had a great lineup, and our next presenter is no exception. He is the owner of Viper Trading Systems, which has been in business since 2009. He features a live daily trading room, weekly webinars, and training sessions to help you be successful using their object trader indicators and strategy. Here to introduce the Apex PA Rules Guardian is Mr. Gary Donahoo of Viper Trading Systems. Welcome to Traders Corner, Gary. Oh, Gary, I think you're on mute.
There we go, unmuted.
There you go.
All right, how's everybody doing today? Well, what I'm here today to talk to you about, and it's really simple, there's really good ways to make money in this business. Now, I've been in this business since 2009 with a business partner that passed away a couple of years ago. But what has really come to the forefront in trading is, you know, just like the young lady before was talking about, you can basically lose a lot of money trading if you don't know what you're doing. And what I'm about at Viper Trading Systems is we have a trading room that runs 5 days a week, same time every single day for about 2.5 hours. We get what we call nicely green. We turn off the machines and we go about our days. And the thing about it though is nowadays, basically, you either start your own account, like let's say you want to put in, I don't know, $500,000, $3,000 with NinjaTrader, and then you go in, you start trading, and you end up dropping your money down, dropping your money down. The wife or the husband, says, well, what are you doing here? You put money in here, but you're losing it. Well, the beauty of nowadays, and this just happened literally like 7 years after I went into business, is the prop trading firms. And prop trading is huge because, for instance, rather than putting like $3,000 into an account and trading micros, you can buy a $250,000 account with a vendor, say like Apex, to give an example, and you're actually leveraging your money because you're trading a $250,000 with like a $6,500 drawdown, and you can really make it to where you can make a tremendous amount of money. Now, what we did at Viper Trading Systems is we not only teach people to trade futures, but we also teach them how to pass these prop firms. Now, passing one of these prop firms is not as hard as you think because they don't have a lot of rules. You basically just have a drawdown, and then you have an amount of profit that you have to make, okay? So once you do either of those, you either lose the account or you gain what's called a performance account. Now, the performance account, on the other hand, has some rules in it. And those rules are extremely important because if you want to get paid, it's extremely important that you abide by those rules. Now, one thing that I want to mention to you too is that what I do in my trading room, I don't like to actually brag about different things, but what we do like to do is show results, okay? Because to me, results are important in trading because you can listen to any vendors. There's just literally hundreds and maybe even thousands of them out there. Well, we were one of the very first vendors with NinjaTrader back in 2009, my business partner and I. At that time, I think there was about 100 possibly NinjaTrader vendors at that time. And so we basically went into this business with the idea that we wanted to teach people, just like the young lady before, for instance, she said she had lost a lot of money here and there and things like that. Well, basically what can happen is you learn the system or you learn how to trade. Why isn't it a good time then to give back? That's just like what she said just a few minutes ago, basically in the business of giving back. So what we do at Viper Trading Systems is we teach people to trade. Now, I don't go into a lot of indicators and things. Basically, I studied all that in the past. We don't use different things like stochastics, MACD, RSI, different things like that. We have algorithms built into our scripts, and they're very, very good at getting you into the trade at the proper time. Okay, but first off, before we go a lot further, I want to show you that we're basically the real deal here at Viper Trading Systems, okay? Because figures talk, right? So here I'm gonna bring one up here, and this is actually an Apex dashboard from Apex's website, okay? This particular account I started 49 days ago, okay? Now keep in mind I had to pass the evaluation first, but this account is only 49 days old and it's up $60,000, okay? This account is 28 days old and it's up 194. So basically that's 44,611. These two accounts, they had a sale on. And so, hey, at 50 bucks, I went ahead and bought two accounts at $250,000 accounts, already had them up to $10,000 each, okay? So basically, and here's even my figures from yesterday, okay? This is my personal PA accounts, and you can see they match with what Apex says right here. 210, 370, 194, 610. See, they round it to 11 because obviously 98 cents is 11. So you can see those are real figures, right? So the whole thing about trading is, why pay people a bunch of money for an evaluation, for instance, and then not get the real deal and actually get the paychecks? Because the withdrawals is what is very, very important. For instance, on these four accounts, okay, even with them being with Apex's rules less than 3 months old, you can only withdraw $27.50 every 2 weeks on this account, $27.50 every 2 weeks on this account, and $3,000 every 2 weeks on these accounts. So if you do the math, that's $5,500, $5,500, $6,000, and $6,000. That's pretty good income to come in. by the way, this actually total is up over $125,000 in 49 days on the oldest account. And I've got other PAs too, but I've been showing these simply because I wanted to show people from a start at scratch point how you could do this. Okay, so I teach futures trading, and that's what I do. Okay, but with Apex, to give an example, okay, they have certain rules that they go by. Let me go to their website here. Bear with me a second. Yeah, here's their consistency rules. Okay, now they have certain rules that you have to abide by, and I'm going to scroll down to one of them that's very, very important. It's called dollar cost averaging. And by the way, if you've been with a prop company, whether it's Top Step Trader, Apex, One Up Trader, Leigh, You Profit Trader, Take Profit Trader, you know, any of them, there's just tons and tons of them out there. They all have rules. And the rules are super important because you want to make sure that you don't do anything that's prohibited because you want to get paid by them, right? And the whole idea is if you don't break these rules, you will get paid by them. And I'll show you some stubs and everything too. But dollar cost averaging, Apex is one of the very few that has this. But I'll tell you what, I think it'll make you a better trader, because basically what happens with a lot of traders is they'll kind of dip the toes, so to speak, and go in, they go down a little bit. They think, well, this area should hold, so they add some more. And unfortunately, a lot of traders even keep adding from that point, okay? And that's what Apex is against, because they want to make sure that you only add to winners, okay? So dollar cost averaging basically means that you can go in with one entry, the next entry can be underwater, but the third entry cannot be underwater. That would be their dollar cost average. They do let you go in one time. So we built that into our strategy with Object Trader. We got a little strategy here, and see this little button right here that says Apex? Might be kind of hard to read, but you should be able to read it. It says Apex. That actually has those Apex rules built into it. So I know that every trade I take, that I can't break that rule and then, you know, get an email that says, I'm sorry, we're not going to pay you for this last pay period because you broke a rule. Okay. Now keep in mind that all of them have rules. Some of them have more rules, some of them have less rules. Let me show you something here even real quick. Just to show you again, it's a real deal at Viper Trading Systems. Okay. I've got here's Top Step Trader to give an example. I just decided in August just to start a few accounts. I haven't even paid for the PAs yet. They're called express accounts with them. But see, this is the way I teach trading. That's 2 days to pass that. Okay. They only required $3,000. I got to $33.92. You know, look at the graph there. That's what I teach. Okay. Look at the next one. You'll see that to pass these is not that difficult. And then you've got to go by their rules to get paid. These three accounts are fully funded now. You can clearly see, congratulations, you have passed Trading Combine so-and-so, okay? And they have certain rules also. They do not have a dollar cost averaging rule. They do have a consistency rule. So at Viper Trading Systems, we actually made sure that we even have in our members area, let's see, no, it's under, pardon me, it's under our download scripts area here, that we have a consistency rule tracker. So by having that, and it's just an Excel sheet, one of my programmers actually did this, but this makes it to where when you actually get your trade, just to give an example, let's say with Apex, for instance, and I'm just going to go with like June, but I'll show you here real quick. Okay, I had one particular day that I did 66.64 on one account. Okay, they have a 30% consistency rule. Okay, so basically, before you can get paid on Apex, you have to have $22,213.33 in that account. Okay, so we give you this little consistency rule tracker to keep up with that. Now, Top Step has a 50% consistency rule, so you just change the 30 to 50 instead. But as you keep trading, you'll notice that that continues going down, and you'll see that you're like 86% there, and you keep trading and so and so. And you finally will get there, and then you can request a paycheck, okay? I call them paychecks because frankly, I'm working for a paycheck, right? Okay, so if you go into these prop firms, I've talked to so many traders of mine that are on PAs, and that's called a performance account, by the way. Now, an evaluation, like I say, they don't care about, okay? With an evaluation, you know, I'll show you something down here to give an example. These were evaluations at one time, okay? Now, I passed these evaluations right here in one day, okay? Now, this was a $250,000 account, but I actually passed it in one day. Somebody said, well, that was a fluke. So I did 4 of the $150,000 accounts, and I passed them in one day. So I can teach you how to trade. I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I've got the scripts to do it. I've got the strategy to do it. It's all in NinjaTrader 8. But this is all just fluff. I mean, if you have an evaluation account, it doesn't matter. You're not getting paid. You're paying them. You're paying me. You're paying traders that are actually making money trading, okay? So where it's important to get is to these areas right here. These are true PAs, okay? And again, I can show you over and over. We can go to 923. There's an apex. See, it went from 6,000 the 23rd to the 27th. You know, you can do the math, about $4,000. Let's go back just a little ways. Let's go back to the 17th. There's apex again from 199. See, that's $10,000 in those 9 days. Here's another dashboard right here, approved. This is the last payout that they had. They've got the other one. I haven't gotten the check just yet, but it will be in the mail. That's, you know, they basically cut it off the 15th to the 20th. You get your pay roughly by about the 30th. So I'm still a few days away from the next one. Okay. But over and over, you can see that if you consistently trade, look at this. This was when it was only 35 days old. So there's 193,000. That was already up $43,000 by that point right there. Okay, and again, I'm not showing you this to brag, but the thing is that so many vendors try to talk you into, you know, going with their system and learning and this and that. And I'm not against any of that, because I also teach too. But I run a trading room 5 days a week, and I call trades live in the room. I take trades. I show my dashboard to my members, say, hey, you know, look at this. I made $4,000 already this morning. Show it by the end of the day, might have made $6,000 by then. You see what I mean? So it is possible in trading to do quite well. This, by the way, was Friday. Notice that same figure we were talking about just a few minutes ago. I just uploaded this to my website. That particular day, which was Friday, I made 4,000. What is that? 3150, so 4120. That's not a bad day. You know, $4,120. Okay, so, but again, the key is, you know, they've got rules, and if you want to get paid by these people, you have to abide by the rules, and you have to trade 10 days, for instance, and then request a withdrawal, and they'll pay you, and they pay like clockwork. But it takes them, when you turn it in, they check you out to make sure you didn't break any of their rules. They've got people that do that, algorithms or whatever. They'll show that you're like approved or you're pending. Sometimes under review, where they want to review your trades, and then of course they approve them and pay you. Okay, so let me show you what we did with Viper Trading Systems again. Oh, and by the way, you notice, let me show you this real quick again. How did I do that on 4 accounts that close? We've got a tool in our object trader strategy called Clone. And Clone, all I have to do is take a trade on one of my accounts and then clone it to the others. And by doing that, this is called the Viper Clone right here. You just simply choose what account you want to clone, and then every trade you take, and by the way, we do our master account in Sim, and then we clone our actual accounts. I even clone my live account, you know, with NinjaTrader. So basically, you just click the clone button, it drops down all of the different accounts you have, and every time you hit the market order or box order or whatever it might be, you're automatically getting in all the accounts. Apex, by the way, will let you have up to 20 accounts, and they will actually pay on 20 accounts up to $25,000 per account, and then 90% thereafter. By the way, just real quick, I want to make sure that I absolutely check the question log also. So if anybody has questions, be sure and ask me, okay? Because I'm more than happy to answer them for you, okay? So what we've done at Viper Trading Systems, I have built over the years these tools that'll help you see these trades, and also these dots to help you get in these trades. And we have a tool called Object Trader that we can even, you know, for instance, we can box in a trade, okay? We can do what's called an auto region box, where it'll follow the price and then enter the trade. We've got tools like, let's say, for instance, I wanted to check a Fibonacci. There's like a 50% right down there. What if it doesn't quite come down there? Well, I can even fade it a little bit, like say 4 ticks or something, put that on 50%, and if it gets down there, take the trade. It's that easy. We've got some great scripts with our system that we built here. What about another one here? I love to check these. For instance, if you were up at 5 o'clock on Friday morning, which I was, by the way, I trade with my son. We were looking at this particular trade as a measured move. Okay, if we've got a little measured move tool, you draw it, and where was that trade heading? And we nailed it. Okay, so again, we've got the tools at Viper Trading Systems that will not only help you to trade, but I run a trading room 5 days a week to make sure that you can catch these trades in real time. Okay, we trade in our room, we trade gold, we trade oil, which is CL, we trade ES, which is the E-mini S&P, and we trade YM. Some of our people even trade like NQ, but I don't show that one in the room. I show 4 charts, and I call trades on 3 to 4 of those charts. 2 for sure, because I love gold and oil. Those are my 2 favorites, okay? But again, it's all about getting paid. Whether you trade your live money, you know, you still need risk management, okay? I've talked to too many people. I'll give you some examples. I've got a person with me right now that back in the day lost like $70,000 trading because they just flat didn't know how to do it, okay? The best way to trade is to trade a certain amount of time in a day, get through, and then not even look at any charts again, okay? Our tools will even keep you, you know, out of the chop quite a bit. It's a great trending tool. You'll notice, for instance, that my mid band turns a lime green when it's a long trade. It turns red when it's a short. There's a couple of short trades right there. It turns green again. Sorry about that. I've got a little box going there. Let me take it off. And right as we speak, again, what kind of a trade would we be looking for? Well, it's at a 38% right now. Notice that. Got a 50% pulled up. Now, watch what will happen. I'm going to just do a little trade here for you. This is in playback to begin with. But I've got my Apex, what I call my Apex Guardian on. Now, with their rule, you can't, again, you can't enter more than 1 time, 2 times against the trend. So you enter once, and if you're down on your unrealized P&L, you can't enter but 1 more time, okay? We built our little trading strategy to where you can tell it how many times you want. You don't want dollar cost averaging at all. For instance, here's our little Apex Guardian right here, down here. Let's see, where's it? I lost it. There it is. Apply Apex Trader funding rules, okay? I've got mine set at number of Apex DCA allowances at 0, which means if you're under at all, Object Trader won't let you take the trade, okay? Now, Apex's rules are 1, so we could actually put 1 in there. And if we put 1 in, I'll just show you here. We'll just go ahead and fire it. And I'm gonna show you what happens on Object Trader. Simple, but yet very effective, because it won't let me break their rules. And again, their rules are ironclad. If you break those dollar cost averaging rules, they will not pay you. Now, it doesn't mean they take your money. You just have to trade 10 more days. You might go on probation if you break the rules and things like that. So let's go ahead and put it up. And let's say, for instance, that I thought, you know, maybe this is a decent trade. So I just simply, let's just go ahead and turn on the little plate and I'll show you how this works. All right, let's say that I turned on like a bar close. Maybe I get in on the wrong side or hit a market order, okay? Now, notice that I'm actually down $40, okay? Now, with Apex Guardian, I can do another entry. Let's go ahead and do it at like, even if we can get down to like this 50%. See, now we're in the positive, so we can actually add if we want to, okay? Notice that? All right, so basically here, we can actually add because we never went against it. See, I can add as many as I want. See, there's 4 contracts in right there, just simply clicking the button, okay? But if this goes against me at all and I try to add again, let me show you something. This should actually not let me do more than the Apex Guardian will let me. And this is in playback, so we'll see if it actually, this is just too good of a run. So I'll just go ahead and wait for another one. We're up too much, and obviously we can add if we want to. But the power of this little thing here is that you can actually keep it from getting into a trade, and it'll come up with a little pop-up window that says the dollar cost averaging rule has been violated, and therefore Object Trader canceled that order, okay? And that is very important because that's a really great thing to have, okay? Now, we've got some other things built into Object Trader too. What if you wanted like a max target of like, say, $1,000? Well, we've got it to where you can even shut Object Trader off if you want to the minute you hit $1,000 and you're done for the day. That's how I do things like this over and over and over. And I've showed you day after day after day. Okay, so, you know, I think you get the drift of it's the real deal. Okay, there's Friday alone. That's the way I did that. I just simply went in some contracts, got up to $1,000, turned off the little trading system, and I was done for the day. Okay, 4,000 is plenty. Okay, anybody gets greedier than that, you don't need to be greedier than $1,000. You know, I mean, $1,000 times 4 accounts is awesome. Okay, so I do notice I don't have like a question deal. If anybody is asking any questions, I don't see a question deal on mine. So Anthony, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be there or not. But if anybody does ask anything, just let me know. Okay, but the most powerful way to trade your money, though, is other people's money. I can promise you that. You know, I trade my live account all the time too, but you know, I enjoy getting those checks from Apex more than anything on the planet. I'm getting ready to get them from Top Step. I've got some accounts going for what's the one, Take Profit Trader, and also My Funded Futures, and they're on my website also. Top Step Traders already passed on all 3. You saw those. At the time, it was only 2 of them. Here's my Take Profit Trader right here. And My Funded Futures I haven't put up on the website, but I'm also in it. So these prop firms, I mean, if you think about it, how many of you, even with inflation nowadays, really need to make more than like 10 or say 10,000 a month? 10,000 a month is 120,000 a year. That's pretty good income. You're kind of up there in the higher percentage. You're not Elon Musk and you're not, you know, Kevin Durant, but you definitely have some good income coming in. What about this figure right here? You know, that's in 2 months. That's $125,000. Okay, so this company will continue paying every 2 weeks on this unless I blow the account. Well, I'm way up there on my threshold, so I doubt if I'm going to blow the account because, you know, once you get this high, see, I've got my stop can literally be all the way down to $150,100 on that account and that account. This one's at 250, 100, so I've got $10,000 drawdown that's available to me. Okay, and I teach you how to do this because what you don't want to do is get these little bitty accounts. Let me show you some with Apex even. You get these little bitty accounts and you think, wow, it's going to be easy to pass, and they only give you a $1,500 threshold and a $1,500 profit target. And you really should trade micros when you do something like that. Apex actually has sales going on these accounts through 2 more days from now for $50, $50, and $50. Each of them has a higher profit goal and a little higher threshold on the drawdown. But if you do the math on this, these accounts that were passed right here, 125,000, well, just do even one of them as far as that goes. The return on investment is huge. You pay $50 for the account. You pay $85 for what they call a lifetime license fee for a performance account. So that's $135, right? Made $60,370 on it. That's a killer return on investment. Okay. I mean, that's like winning the lottery, in my opinion, because you paid a few dollars for a ticket, so to speak, and there's your money. Okay, so let me show you a little bit more about Viper Trading Systems. All right. Oh, I want to show you something else too. I forgot to show you this. Let's see, where did it go? Yeah, here's a little update right here. I got a letter, an email, pardon me. I'm older. I call them letters. This is an email. But you'll notice that Apex has what they call performance accounts, but they sent me an email last week and said, thank you for your attention to this notice. We look forward to reviewing your accounts and trading performance over the next 30 days as we consider you for a move to a live prop trading account. And it will be in the $1 million area. So I'm looking forward to that very possibly. And keep in mind that this is not given to very many traders. When you are trading these accounts, okay, you'll notice that Apex is a huge company. Let me show you something here. They've paid out $315 million since 2022. Okay, they pay out about 15 million a month. But you know how they pay those for the most part? Income. They pay it off of people going in here and buying these evaluations, and 98% of you blowing them and then starting another one and then starting another one and then starting another one. And then they pay a trader like me out of your money that comes in, resets, evaluations. They copy trades. They might copy trades, they might not. They don't even tell you if they do or don't. Okay, but they do pay, and that's all I care about. They bring in tens of millions of dollars. They'll pay me, my $100,000, for instance. Okay, so keeping in mind, rules are super important. Now, Viper Trading Systems, again, we've been in business for 16 years. Okay, I have a contact link on my website, vipertradingsystems.com. Just click the contact link. You can get a hold of me by phone. You can get a hold of me by email. You can get a hold of our licensing department by email. And I'm also on Skype as Viper Trader. Okay, and to get in touch with us, we carry our cell phones on us, and this little customer relations management system we've got, you just simply put in your name, email, phone number, and brief message, and it'll pop right up on my phone. I could be out having a dinner, and I'll see your pop-up come up, okay? And I'll get back with you as quick as virtually possible, okay? So, and we're all about training too. We want to teach our people to trade futures, so we have a members area. They have webinars. I do webinars every Monday night. We've got trading manuals, so you can learn exactly how to trade our system. We've got tutorials on how to use this big tool I was just showing you called Object Trader. This has probably got 60 videos on it, but they're real short, so they're very easy to use. And you'll find that any one of them, like let's say I wanted to know how does Gary box in a trade? Well, there's a region trade. You just click it and play the video. I just do everything in videos. And it makes it real easy to learn our system because it's really hands-on. Monday night webinars. I keep my webinars posted all the way up to the very date. See, September 23rd was my last webinar. The next webinar will be on the 30th, which is Monday. So I teach people to trade futures. I show people real figures so that they know that we're not just blowing smoke. because, you know, frankly, very few vendors that I know of show you what they're doing. Okay. You know, trade by trade, I don't care about all that. You know, I care about real figures at the end of a day and how did you do? And by the way, if you looked at Top Step right here, just to give an example, see here's 3 of them right here. Okay. And you'll see, for instance, they even show you how you trade and everything. Let it go ahead and load. 100% winning trades, average losing trade 0, average winning trade 848.10. So doesn't that tell you that there's no losers there? Okay. And that's what I teach people to see. By the way, we opened the trading room at 7:34 on Friday morning. I called this exact trade right here on Friday morning. This is called a phantom trade. This is a phantom dot right here. We also have an alert that will kick off on our chart, letting you know that that's a phantom trade. Let me see if you can see that flashing. See that flashing right there? That's telling you that this was a phantom trade. Our people took this trade and we knew right where it was going because of the fact that we had a measured move. Right up here. And I'll just fast forward this real quick. You'll notice we're flat anyway. We don't care, right? Because it's not real right now. See our predictor even show up right there? Okay, that took us out of that trade right there. This is right at the open, pretty close to 8 o'clock. Now what do we do on our charts? We called a short trade right here. Notice these little dots right here. Those are called mid-band power dots. And they're very, very powerful at getting you into a trade because this is what happened to gold on that mid-band trade. We have what's called a stair-stepping mid-band. And you'll notice that it headed down. Okay, our charts will change quick enough in real time so that you can get these trades. Okay, this changed to a red background. This phantom right here is on a yellow mid-band. It's a very iffy type trade. This one was not. See the color of the background and the beautiful stair stepping? That's your phantom. This is actually usually it's a rule of trend change because we get a background that changes. We get a mid-band that changes. So we look to short the trade at that point. And by the way, when that room was opened and everything, and they got that trade and that trade right there, that's a playback's going really fast right now. That trade and that trade, that was enough. I mean, you were done for the day. That's all it takes. And that's what I teach at Viper Trading Systems. So you can see this. You'll see, for instance, I'll just change it to crude oil, and you're going to see some trades that were called on Friday on crude oil too. That's a phantom trade right there. If you did 3 contracts on that trade right there, you just made yourself $500. And that was called in real time in our room on Friday. This trade was called short. That's a phantom trade short. We opened the room at 7:34 right through here because I like to get past the news and everything. This little trade here was, that was probably right at the news. This trade here was your phantom trade. And by the way, this will flash. It'll let you know that it's a real phantom trade. That should flash right there. It's touching that area, so it should. This is actually like 4 hours, so we might have to change our alert, but the alert's set for 480 minutes. And then you got this trade right here, which was a phantom trade. I mean, they just on and on and on. And all you got to do is throw a couple, 3 contracts. And by the way, if you're using your own money, a $3,000 account, you're not going to throw on 3 contracts. But with a $250,000 account and our rules built in to begin with, you would, and you'll get a great trade like that because that's what it's all about. Okay. So the rules built into this, by the way, we also have what's called a hedging rule. The hedging rule means that with Apex, you cannot trade ES short and YM long at the same time. Okay, because that's called hedging. So we have it built into our strategy. It'll pop up a little window and say you're hedging, don't do it. okay? So that'll keep you from breaking their rules. And again, it's all about getting the paychecks. You know, rules are rules. If you don't abide by the rules, then you want to trade your own money, because every prop firm out there has rules. And some of them a whole lot less than others, but all of them have rules, okay? Now, one thing I want to show you here too, bear with me a second, is I want you to take a trial with me and see if we're not the real deal. I've got a 10-day trial with everything we have to offer for just 39 bucks. Now, you know, when you come in with us full time, we're more like 250 a month, but I can guarantee you this, I can make you 250. You know, it's just not hard to do at all. I call trades every day. But this little offer right here, you can come in on. You just simply put in your credit card information. You'll get everything that we've got to offer. And I just updated the scripts to be exactly these right here. So you have exactly the latest object trader, which we've added a few features. We added, on Friday, we added a little moving average trader. This is a really good scalp trader. Even against trends, we usually wait for the first one, get the second one. There's a bar down, you got a 10-tick trade, okay? Here's an example of a bar up and you get a 10-tick trade. So you can use this little trader. There's even your second entry right there. And you just simply turn stealth on and go long or short, whichever way you want to go. And they give these really good opportunities to get in earlier on these moves, because moving averages are moving averages. We use very small charts. They're 4 range, so they print a lot of bars. And by doing that, you can get some great scalps. And, you know, think about it. If you could do 4 trades a day with 3 contracts and make 10 ticks, you just made yourself 1,200 bucks. And with our software, I think you can do that real easily. 10 ticks is not hard to get at all. I've got traders all day long that do this. Okay, so let's see. I've got about 10 more minutes. Let me go over just a couple of other things here real quick. I do also have, by the way, if you want to get with Apex, to give an example, they've got an 80% off sale going right now. And they've also got a $50 for their larger accounts. And their $50 for their larger account would let you get these larger ones like this that I aced, showed you that, and get your return on investment like you wouldn't believe. And if you pass them by, well, they've changed the date on this a couple of times, so I bet you they renew it again. I can't promise that. But right now they've got it to where you can pass it by 9:30, which is Tuesday or Monday, pardon me, and still get the $85 fee. I think they'll redo that, because they have for the last 5 months, and they're a good company and they like to have funded traders. Okay, we also use another company called Take Profit Trader. We've got a code on it for 50% off. Okay, but just to give you a quick example on Apex, even if you get a $50,000 account, okay, that's normally $167 a month. It's only $33.40 with our code, which is on my website on the homepage. If you pass that account by not breaking that rule of $2,500 drawdown and get a $3,000 goal, they fund an account. And I showed a year ago, I did a $50,000 account and turned it into $103,000 in 29 days. So these things are doable, and it gives you the best leverage you can imagine. You get these larger accounts like this, you notice those others, I have 2 of those and 2 of those. I'm helping my son actually to get a house, and trading literally to give him some money. And you know, this type of thing makes it so easily possible to do that, because the leverage is there. You don't break the rules, you're going to make money. Okay, now also at Viper Trading Systems, the room opens at 7:30-ish, so usually about 7:34 I'm in that room. Okay, you don't really want to trade the news, because with like Apex PA, you can trade through the news, but you're not supposed to trade the news, which what that means is, let's say you were long from way earlier, you can trade it through the news. You may lose your shirt, but you can trade it through the news, okay? But you can't bracket in at the news. That's a big no-no. So that's some more of their rules. You just simply go to their rules here and look at the different rules, okay? And if you keep their rules, you're going to be one of those that gets that out of that 15 million that they give out a month. You know, they're the biggest out there. I mean, if you go to, this is the next largest, I think, is Top Step Trader. They used to be Top Step Trader. They're now TopStep.com. See, they paid out 40 million since 2020. They funded accounts in August of 2024, 47,360 accounts. And I'll bet you more than 3/4 of those traders don't make it. And it's because they don't know how to consistently make these markets work for them. And that's what at Viper Trading Systems I'm all about. I've built the tools to do it, Object Trader, the different types of trades that you can take with Object Trader. We draw on our charts every single day. You know, when you come in the room, I'll have a line drawn on there for a long short line. We stay short below it and long above it. We even have what's called a break and kiss trade. You know, break and kiss trade can be a huge type trade for you. You know, when they get through consolidating, they break and they come back and kiss. You can use that break and kiss short or break and kiss long if it happens to be up. So again, some great tools there. Okay, so what I want to invite you to do, even if you decide not to take my trial right now, you know, just look at some of my videos even. You know, right here, free 10-day videos. You just click on it and you put in your email, your first name or full name, pardon me, and your phone number, a real email, or it won't give it to you. But these are just free Viper training videos, okay? If you do my trial instead, you get the scripts, you get the trading room, you get everything, and even the latest scripts that I've got. And these will be in SIM. This will trade only in SIM on the trial version. But truthfully, if you clone your accounts, you put this in SIM, Object Trader doesn't care. You can clone your Apex accounts even on the trial. I've got people that do that. Okay. So again, we are vipertradingsystems.com, been in business 30. I've been trading for well over 30 years. We've been in business 16 years, and I'm just here for you. I teach people every single day of my life to trade futures. I've got traders literally all over the world nowadays. You know, we're not like Microsoft or something like that. We don't have, you know, $1 billion company. But keep in mind, there are literally thousands of vendors out there nowadays, and you just have to make the choice of which one you want to go with. You know, some of them train you. You know, I've been to webinars where somebody says, you know, hey, we've got 232 indicators and, you know, 150 strategies. Well, good luck with that. Which indicators do you use? When do you use them? You know, do you use stochastics? Do you use RSI? Do you use MACD? Do you use, you know, Donkey and channels? Do you use Bollinger Bands? Or do you just simplify your charts and get these great trades called phantoms? First time after a trend change, by the way, a mid-band trade. See how that went from short to long? That's a mid-band trade. Again, goes from long to short. First time into mid-band, first time into phantom. You'll see this over and over. Goes from long mid-band. See the long mid-band's lime green and yellow and blue. Goes to short mid-band, first time into mid-band again. 85% probability trades, what I've been told by my members. And you can take that to the bank. Just try that with 3 contracts. Boom, you're up $1,000. Okay, so I think I'm almost out of time. I enjoyed doing this webinar for Traders Corner, and I'm going to go back to my website one more time. Homepage, just scroll down and be sure and at least contact me or take my 10-day free videos or take the trial itself. I'd love to have you take the trial because you'll like it when you see these scripts and everything, and I'll even help you put them on. We at Viper Trading Systems, we have very good support. Click here for a TeamViewer download. Call me at the number that's on my contact link, and I help people all the time put their scripts on. You want to set up an Apex account? Just simply use my code. Go to this link right here, use that code right there, and you'll get this $50, and you'll be able to do something like I just did. I showed you live real money. Okay, those are PA accounts. All right, and let's see, one other thing that I wanted to say, if you do want to go ahead and join me, okay, just throw out all the trials and everything else. Pricing on here is $2.99 a month. I'll give you a discount code and bring you in at $2.49. See if it'll go there. And to sweeten the pot, anybody that's here today, I'll buy you a $150,000, a $250,000, or a $300,000 account with Apex, as long as you sign up before their sale goes off. Okay, so that's another $50 off. Okay, so come be a part of the team. We have a chat log in the trading room every day. You're welcome to ask any questions. No questions are not entertained. I don't care if you don't even know how to trade. You ask me what a short trade is, I'll explain it to you. You know, we've got people that are that much beginners, so I'll be happy to answer those. So I don't have a question log to, well, I do have. Let me just put this in here real quick, and then I'm going to wrap my part up. So let's see here, the chat log. I'll put that in for the link there so you can actually have that special price there. Okay, and again, just get in touch with me if you want to. Just call that number right there, and I'll be more than happy to talk to you about Viper Trading Systems. Doing it for 16 years, proven track record, latest figures right there. $125,000 with Apex, 49 days. 7 days on the youngest one. That's $1 million a year, by the way. All right. Thanks everybody for coming to my part of the webinar. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'm always around as far as that goes. So just give me a call.
Thank you, Gary. That was a great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in having a powerful tool set to find better trade entries and accurate profit targets, all while automatically adhering to the guidelines set forth by prop trading firms, then Mr. Gary Donahoo of Viper Trading Systems has a solution for you. We've put his special offer in the chat box. Congratulations on the prop trading success, Gary, and thanks for joining us. And we hope you will come back and see us again on Traders Corner.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last two presentations of the day. Our next presenter has over 20 years of experience in institutional asset management, including large investment banks in the USA. He designed and built advanced financial software for both retail and institutional investment management systems. His focus now is on building breakthrough trading algorithms for retail day trading and swing trading markets. Here to present liquidity and level 2 order flow trading strategies is Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rob.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can the audience hear you?
If you guys can hear me, type yes. Also, if you can see my screen, which says liquidity and order flow trade setups, say yes. Just want to make sure we don't waste your time. Thank you so much, Rob. I really appreciate the opportunity. It was a very good presentation so far. I really enjoyed it. I have this presentation I prepared usually takes more than an hour, but my challenge is today I'm going to squeeze it down to 45 minutes. So there are some slides I might run fast, but please do type your questions as I go along so that I can answer, if not during the presentation, end of the presentation. Okay, so let's get started. My goal is to show you in terms of the setups, because I wanted to make sure this presentation as truly a training workshop. I want you to teach the foundation, only two parts, the foundation, why it works, and also how it works. I'm going to teach 1 or 2 setups max, so that in the end of the presentation, my goal is for you to figure out at a very high level the trade opportunities based on what I'm going to teach today. The chart, what I have here is ES from this Wednesday. The reason is Wednesday because I prepared the presentation on a Thursday, so I took out the information, everything as of Wednesday. So this is ES from Wednesday. End of the presentation, if you are able to find out the entries on the from the chart based on information that I'm going to teach today, that itself that means I did a good job on the training today. That's the focus. I'm not going to talk about trade exit or trade management. I'm going to focus only on trade entries on 1 or 2 setups. That's the main focus. All right, let's going. Okay, please understand that. Let's get it over in terms of understand the risks involved in trading. This presentation is more focused on the training as well as like a workshop, not to sell any instruments, anything like that. Please do understand the risks involved in day trading. It doesn't matter what kind of instrument you trade. That's why CFTC and the SEC put together full list of information that you need to know. Please go and visit buysideglobal.com/disclaimer to understand everything. To give a little bit of background, this is how I started. Supply and demand levels. This is something is not new. People are trading this kind of strategies for almost like 50, 60 years. But still it works. When I started, I bought a lot of courses and everything. Even today in presentations, a lot of customers talked about in terms of how supply and demand works, breakout, everything. This how started in terms of drawing the levels, everything. And then later we have evolved into finding the zones. Zone is nothing but the same as the levels. Zone is nothing but the range of price where price is not able to move forward, it ripples down, as well as demand is where the prices could not push it down, it pushes the price back up. Eventually, only one particular opportunity we always look for is consolidation. I think 2 other traders presentation today, they talked about pretty much in detail in terms of what is the biggest advantage of finding the consolidation area in terms of the range bound, and then wait for the perfect opportunity to break out. And then not all breakouts are the same. That's where you lose a lot of money in there. But that's how in terms of we need to find out which is a fake, which is a fake breakout, which is a true breakout, and retest. One of the trader used, I like the term, I think we say breakout strategy, but he said like breakout and kiss strategy. That's pretty much it. Breakout and retest, we call it. So this is how it evolved. But later, something really happened in terms of last almost like 2 years. In addition to focusing on the supply and demand levels, demand zones, all the price actions, everything, it's working well, everything, but everything changed when we tried to understand the order flow. The reason is that order flow is something very important for you to understand. The most fascinating fact is that almost all, even though I said 99%, almost all of the institutional traders or like large traders do not trade without analyzing the level 2 data. Okay, level 2 order flow data. If I ask how many of you know what is level 2, because some traders don't even know what is level 2 data, because forget the information in terms of what is level 2. If they don't know what is level 2, they will definitely do not know how to use it, how to interpret it, how to trade it. That's why a lot of data traders don't use it at all. It's extreme in terms of, whereas I said almost all of the institutional traders use level 2 order flow data, whereas on the contrast, even 95% of the traders don't even know what it is, don't even have access to level 2, don't even look at this level 2, but that's the most fascinating data for you to look at. If you ever heard of the term high frequency traders, the Goldman first, they are doing it for like almost 15, 20 years now. All it depends upon looking at the order flow, level 2 order flow, in terms of how the market is getting the orders at what pace, what quantity, what intensity, everything. Algorithm able to grasp it, analyze it, making the fast entry, fast exit, everything. All right, are you guys with me? so far. So that's when it started. Now, after that point in time, you understand the importance of order flow, we try to incorporate the order flow onto our basics of our trading. But I need to explain a little bit about what is level 1 versus what is level 2. How many of you here know what is level 2 data feed? How many of you here have access to level 2 data right now? Okay, so in short, if you go to NinjaTrader, if you go to SuperDOM, or if you go to level 2 screen, usually you will see just the information in terms of the current price and the best bid and best ask. That's it. You will not see anything above, or you will not see anything below. The reason is that you have only level 1 data feed. That means you can find the current best bid, ask, and then your historical information. That's all you can get. But if you subscribe to level 2 order flow data feed, you'll start seeing not only your best bid, best ask, you'll start seeing all the limit orders sitting in the market at each and every price level. Okay, every price level. And also these numbers will be keep on changing every single second, every single microseconds. It's a fast changing numbers. This screen is focused on showing the limit orders at the price level, and then this is at the order broker level. Okay, so before we get into the details, I want you to understand why these numbers are very, very important. Why you need to know this is going to change the way the perspective of order flow. Okay, let's go here. So to understand, like I said, when you have the level 2 screen on, if you highlighted by yellow, that means it's a current price. The price on the right above is called the best ask. That means there are traders willing to sell at this price level. Let's say you place an limit order with 2 contracts, and then some other trader in different part of the world placing another contract, everything. This view, exchange is getting everybody's order, your order, my order, everybody's order. So they are consulting every single order, and then they're able to set us as a data feed, which shows you in terms of at this point in time there are 25 limit orders ready to sell if the price reached at this level. So that means you can see every single price level how many contracts are limit orders is pending in the market. These ones won't execute until the price touches it. That's why it's called limit order. Same way, on the converse, on other side, you can see the bids at every single price level below. This shows in terms of buying interest and selling interest, very short level. Okay, why does it matter? Why these numbers are very, very important for the trading? Okay, so I wanted to explain that with a little bit of small example. I have 2 different screenshots right now. One shows different numbers, whereas the other one, that's the only difference. But what this means is that right now, at this point in time, there are 11 contracts in the exchange ready to sell if the price reaches that level from 55.22, and then 13 contracts at this price, 9 from this price. Okay, so these are limit orders, right? So there are 2 types of order flow. One is passive order flow, which is limit orders. That means they are ready to sell, but only at this price it will wait. But there are aggressive order flow, which is market orders. Anytime you place market order, what will happen to the market is exchange does the order matching. That is what their job. What the exchange does is matching the buyers with sellers, sellers with buyers at the best possible way. That's what exchange does. Okay, let's look at what will happen at this point in time if there is a buy order comes in with a large block. Let's say if I place a market order for 500 contracts, market order buy, what will happen to the price? Price will move almost like 10 ticks. How does it move? Exchange will look at the absolute way in terms of, okay, somebody wanted to buy the 500 contracts, market order. That means to satisfy the market order, they will take the 11 from here at this price, 13 from here at this price, 9 from here, 12 from here, 11 from here, 13 from here, 130 from here, 127 from here. Still, I'm short of, or until now, I grabbed almost like 4 I think 75 contracts here. Okay, still 25 I need. They'll take the 25 from here and then it stop. That means this market order pushed the price from here until here. It made 10 ticks move. Okay, so here's the kicker. I want you to understand same time if I place the market order at a different point in time. At that time, the order book, the order flow looks like this. There are 289 contracts ready to sell at this price, 288, different numbers. Now, same market order, if I place the same market order, 500 contracts, what do you think will happen? Will it move 10 ticks? Absolutely no. That's what I want you to understand. It will move only one tick. Why? Because exchange will look at, okay, somebody placed 500 market order. That means they'll grab the 289 from here and remaining from here, one tick. Price will just move one tick. This is why you need to look at the order flow in terms of how much buying, selling pressure on any point in time, also buying pressure. That's what controls how the price move, how fast it moves, because market is a combination of active orders and passive orders. Active orders you can't even see. As soon as they place, it goes exchange, that's it. But the passive orders is gonna, once somebody places the order, is going to the exchange and sit there and you can see it. You have the ability right now, not compared to the like traders back in like 15 or 10 years ago. Now you can see full order book in the exchange for the given future instrument, at what price point, how many contracts, how much buying pressure, selling pressure exists in the market. Okay, that's why it's very important in there. Okay, now I want you to a little bit understand in terms of what makes your trade profitable. I know I don't want to think about like strategies or entries, everything. In short, in the layman terms, if you enter long, after you enter long, price need to move up further above your entry price. Then only you can realize into your profit, right? So being that said in simple terms, when does the price moves up? After you entered long, there should be more buyers coming into the market, more buyers coming into the market. That's why the price moves. Okay, all the information talking about how many passive buyers are there, how much price is moving, everything, it's out there in front of you for you to analyze. That's what order flow does. Okay, that's what order flow does in terms of how much is the buying pressure, selling pressure. You can see everything. It's not showing what happened in the past, it's showing what's happening right now. That's why for you to look at all the information, I want you to analyze the level 2 market data and then start analyzing it. Okay, so the way you are trading right now is looking at the historical chart. You're looking at the moving averages, looking at the RSI, MACDs. Yes, it's very useful, but it does not say anything what's going to happen next. That's very important. Okay, so in order to see what's going to happen next, where is the brick wall, where it's going to hit and then like either stop or a bounce, everything determined based on the current order flow, how much buying pressure is coming to the market, exists in the market. That's what matters. For that, you need to look at the order flow information right now, particularly the level 2. Most of it don't even have a level 1 2 data, because that's what I showed in the earlier screen. If you have level 2, to check it, go to your NinjaTrader, go to your Super DOM, open it up. You should see all these prices everywhere. That means you can see the complete order book in the exchange right now in real time. Okay, how do I compare the way of you guys are trading right now versus with order flow? In terms of, this is historical data, right? This is the current order flow data. The way I would compare is that, like say, if you're driving, think about if you're driving just looking at the rear view mirror, you're not looking at the forward at all. As long as the road is straight, sure, you can drive, no issues, you can still drive. But the better way to drive is you need to focus on the forward, what's happening in the right in front of you. Still take a look at the back. Is anything going to obstruct me, or like what is in the side lane, right and left, everything. use it just to glance at it, but focus on the forward. That's very important, right? So that's how we look at the trading as well. So doesn't mean that we don't look at historical data. We look at historical data that in the chart that you guys see, RSIs, moving averages, everything, to find for information. What are those? We want to know if there was a trend, how good was the trend, or is it in the consolidation region? Is it consolidating right now? What is the range of the session right now? Or how volatile is the market? How fast is moving up and down, to see in terms of volatility basically determines your stops and everything, how much you're going to take a risk. And also most important thing, again, the critical levels for the day. For the day, days high, days low, swings highs, pre-market, previous day, everything. To get the information, we look at the historical. But truly, to understand the trade entries, you need to look at the order flow, because that's where, like other traders, orders coming in, that's what's going to constitute a next move. Okay, that's why you need to look at those information. Okay, so now that's why I'm saying, like, the future price is in the order flow, and also current buyers and sellers, seller controls, how aggressive they are, how passive they are, everything you can see in order flow. And also most important thing, you will see the next resistance and next support, or a next big reversals, everything in form of the liquidities. Okay, that you can find every information in the order flow using level 2. Okay, but yes, I just now we can understand in terms of what is the importance of it. But the problem is that this DOM and then these level 2 screens, if you open it in a market is active, at the point in time, these numbers are very changing really fast, really fast. By the time you analyze it, it's changing already. You cannot really grasp or do anything, right? I think that's why, even though it's very important, it drives the market, a lot of traders don't use, because these numbers doesn't make any sense. By the time you analyze, it's gone. So fast changing. That's why we created our product called Liquidity Zones, which takes all the information from level 2, grasp all the numbers, trying to plot the information on your Ninja Trader chart to make it as a tradable information. That's very important. Okay, so how does it work? We built algorithm to analyze all those order flows, how fast it's changing, how persistent, or block size, everything taking into the consideration. And then we built the algorithm to plot on the screen for you to know where are the highest order flow, roadblocks, and everything. Okay, most of the time when I talk about this, people get confused with in terms of, oh, if that's the case, I can buy the Bookmap, because Bookmap does the same thing. They take the order flow, they show all the data. Here's the difference, guys. I think the Bookmap, we get a lot of customers from Bookmap. The reason why, Bookmap is a visualization tool, shows you the market depth. It shows all the numbers you see. It plots all the numbers on your chart, on their screen. That is not a tradable information. We do completely opposite. We don't plot everything. We take those numbers, we analyze every single numbers, which is persistent, which is changing, which is like a highest order flow, which is like a, even though small, but it's very solid staying there. We built the algorithm, we create liquidity zones. We don't show market depth. Understand the difference between market depth is plotting everything, no matter what, plotting everything. But that's what Bookmap does, and a lot of other people do. But liquidity zones is different. I want to know which order flow in this DOM or level 2 really matters, which one is not changing, which one is very solid for based on particular duration. We look at those information. That's when it's called liquidity zones. Okay, that's when become liquidity zones. So again, this is how it looks. I don't want you to focus on, for now, the blues and purples. Okay, I want you to focus on only 2 things: the red lines and then the green lines. Just that. Don't focus on anything else. Why? Our algorithm takes the level 2 data and then plots the seller's control and buyer's control, where a lot of buyers are there, a lot of sellers are there. based on level 2 order flow, which is happening, which is coming in right now as we speak. This is not based on historical data, anything like that. Okay, this is purely based on level 2 order flow. Not we don't take everything. It takes only particular order flow, be satisfied by the algorithm, and then it plots on the screen. Okay, now since you guys understand what is it, everything, let's jump into, okay, how can I trade? Now we understand what is order flow, everything. Let's jump into how can we trade. The beautiful thing is that we're going to take the, okay, let's talk about the first setup. Okay, let's see if I can finish it fast, because already I'm 23 minutes up already, so I got a little bit more to cover. So let's talk about the trade setup entry one by one. I think a couple of traders already talked about this morning. They talk about in terms of the power of consolidation, but the price like goes sideways for some time, and then we wanted to see establishing the seller's control or buyer's control forming. Eventually price breaks out, retest. One of the traders mentioned as a retest, some other one mentioned as a break and a kiss. Both are same. The beauty is that you don't have to know those levels. The product is going to give it to you from the level 2 order flow, not based on historical chart. Understand the difference. If you are plotting based on historical pricing, that's called supply and demand. This is not supply and demand. This is buyer's control, seller's control from order flow, from real time current happening in the market. Okay, so this is what we are looking for. We are looking at any price point, seller's control was established, price broken through and retest, and also buyers became sellers. Buyers control becomes seller's control. Okay, let's look at how does it work. This is where we go entry, breakout, retest, and also buyers become sellers. Okay, let's look at in the chart. You can see that right now, the reds and then the greens. The way I like to look at the market is when the market open, any point in time, there will be a sellers above, seller control, buyer control. When the market moves, sellers control move back here, buyers control move back here. But if you look at the whole area, this area, buyers control moves up and down, but still there are only buyers here. Sellers are staying right here. But look what happened in this exact place. Price moved up, killed the sellers, and then buyers coming in. This is what we are talking about, the exact setup in the screen. Consolidation, sellers, price broken through, become the buyer's control taking over. Okay, you can see right here. And then what happened? Buyers kept the control here. Sellers are trying to reestablish above, but eventually what happens? Reversal happens even with the whole time control is here. Buyer's control, seller's control. Based on this, can anyone tell me what is the next opportunity where the true breakout happens, where the seller's control or the become the buyer's control or vice versa? Can anyone tell me from the screen looking at right now, where is the next true opportunity to trade? Just mention the time. From here, just say the time. All right, so I don't want to wait for the answers. Let me move on. So here, right here, if you can look at it right now, when the price has moved, sellers are moving down. There are a lot of sellers are re-establishing right here. A lot of sellers. You can see a lot of sellers. Price again broken through, stayed a little bit sideways, but again buyers took over. Buyers took over in the same place where the sellers was. This is the another great opportunity. But on the while the market is trending, you can enter right here or even here. Sellers lost, buyers reestablished. Sellers lost, buyers reestablished. Sellers lost. Okay, but look what happened. Sellers lost, buyers reestablished. But what happened to the prices? Even went up, but buyers did not move at all. Buyers control did not move at all. It stayed there. What happened eventually? It reversed. Sellers reestablished control, started pushing it down. If you notice here, this is the next entry. Price is reversed. Now it killed the buyer's control. Buyers, same price level. Sellers are coming in right now. So again, you need to swap. That's why it's called as buyers and sellers control swapped. Once it's swapped in the same price level, that is the setup entries. So sellers become buyers, trade opportunity. Sellers become buyers, long opportunity. Sellers become buyers, long opportunity, everything. On the contrary, buyers became sellers, short opportunity. Okay. Okay, what will look like in the indicator on a choppy day? That means here, look at this, buyers broken, gone through, but buyers did not move at all. Buyers stayed there. That means what happened? Prices moved down. This is what we call it as liquidity sweep. That means price went up, took all the liquidity, but reversed. On a choppy day, you will see this liquidity sweep again and again. So on those things, that's a different setup. We can talk about it, but I don't have the time to talk about it right now. But I just want to show you on a choppy day, sellers control kept their control. They didn't move down. Buyers control kept the control. They didn't move up. Market moves up. Eventually, prices gone through. What happened here? Look at the sellers control where the price was. Buyers are taking over. Now it's here. The range is right now here. Sellers here, buyers here. It just shifted. Okay. And then one more example again, prices moved down, buyers control is broken, sellers got reestablished for a short trade. Look at how many times it was respected. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once established, they were able to control the market until that point in time. And also you can watch out the liquidity sweep, went down, took the liquidity, swept, and then reversed. Okay. So I just wanted to show you more examples of look at the opportunity in terms of market going sideways, sellers control here, buyers control here, eventually broken, but sellers reestablished right here, same price, short opportunity right here. I know I'm going fast, but are you guys with me so far? You able to understand what I'm talking about? Breaking out, and then the swap happens for the trade, for the long, buyers broken, sellers reestablished for the short. Okay. Again, I want to show more examples in terms of market was consolidating here. This is where market sellers control, buyers control. Okay, it broke out once, but buyers didn't move up. What happened? Prices came back out. Sellers was broken. This time, buyers coming in right now. This is where the long opportunity moves forward, right? I think you need to look for that kind of opportunity every single time. One, now look at in terms of reverse short. Again, sellers control was right here, broken, buyers control right here. I want to show more charts as well, because this is crude. Again, same thing, sellers control was here, broken, went up, price came back down, still took liquidity and went up. Same ways, that the repeating process, no matter what, this is the same kind of repeats. Crude, NQ, ES, doesn't really matter. As long as you have a very good order flow, high quantity, that's what matters. We will provide the settings for each instrument separately. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. And also I want to talk about the stocks. The reason is that this is not only works for futures. If you are trading for stocks, still it works great. A lot of traders use for the opening range breakouts. Look at this. When NVIDIA opens right here, sellers control, buyers control, market was like fluctuating. Eventually it broke once here, but reestablished. Buyers regained it. So that's not a swap. But look at what happened here. Buyers broken, sellers reestablished. Okay, that's why this is opportunity here. Buyers broken, sellers reestablished. But once that point in happen, even here, buyers broken, sellers reestablished. But after the point in time, buyers controlled here, sellers control here. They kept their, each of them kept their own control. Market started moving sideways. Okay, again, this is NVIDIA, another day. Sellers control, buyers control kept here. Eventually they are broken. Buyers started moving the control a little bit up. That's what constitutes setup 1, 2, and 3 also. And also keep happening even here. All right, so let me talk about the setup number 2 very fast, because it's very similar to setup 1 with one variation, very one small variation. Why do we teach both setups? Why? Because setup 1 is the highest probability. Okay, you can blindly trade those setups. If it happens, you should be in the trade because the high probability. But the problem is it won't happen again and again and again. That's why setup 2 is the most frequent one for every breakout. What's the difference? Remember we talked about sellers control, broken, price pullback, and then the buyers controlled taken over in the same price range, right? This is what the trade setup number 1. The difference between setup number 2 is you won't see this bias control, but still you know where the seller's control was, right? Price broken, seller's control was stopped, but price came back to that, pulled back, and then moves up. I think we heard about it in terms of breakout, retest, breakout or kiss, whatever call it. This is why we go for long. But the only difference is we will not see the bias control moved up, but we are going to make the trade based on seller's control last, price went up, pulled back, retested on the exact same place or very closer, not exactly same place, sometime very closer at where the previous control was. Okay, how to trade it? Let's say there's a consolidation, seller's control, bias control, prices breaks out, don't enter yet, because you never know what's going to happen. It could be a false breakout, just come back to the range again, you lose everything. So don't enter right away. And also, just because it's returning, don't enter again, because it could be on the way back down to the range also. You'll never know. Okay, when will you enter? Like I said, breaks out, pull back, and then trying to reverse from the same price point where the seller's control was broken. Okay, that's very, very important. Okay, how does it look like? How does it look like? Seller's control was here, buyer's control was here, market was fluctuating. Eventually seller's control was broken. You see this price moves up, but there is no buyer's, green is not moving, but price came back down to the exact same place and then starts going up. This is what setup 2 is. Price breaks out, return to the same place price the seller control was before, retest and moves up. This will happen a lot of times. Every time there's a market moves. 1, you can see the setup number, like even 2 right here, 3 control, retest, and then look at this, strongest seller for the day in here, broken, came back to the same place before we make the next move. This will happen again and again. If you learn those 2 setups, it'll happen again and again. All you have to do for look for the consolidation, wait for the breakout, wait for the retest, and then setup 1, setup 2. That's more important. All right, I think I have more examples for the chart, breakout, and then in terms of pullback, and then to the same place, sellers coming in. So these are the setups. I'm trying to rush through. We have only 10 minutes. Okay, I have a lot to cover. Anyway, so more and more setups in terms, same thing. In terms of sellers control, they re-establish in here, a lot of sellers, price broken through, look at the price action, came back down to the same place, and then before it makes the move. Sellers broken through, came back to the same place and make a move. Okay, on the contrast, buyers was broken, okay, price went down, came back to the same place and then move. This is what we need to look for in terms of both setups. Okay, again, more examples in terms of those setups. Price broken through, stayed a little bit, but it went up, came back to the same place and then rejected from there. This is where the long entry again, and then price went up, went back, rejected at the same price level. These are the setups you can trade by practicing again and again on the retest. The key is the price action. How do you read the price action after breakout? Okay, I have something to help you as well. That's why I'm trying to rush it as well. Okay, so this is crude. Again, same concept in terms of every time breaks out, you will see in terms of price breaks out this bias control, and then you can see the rejection happens right here at the same price level. And also why there are sellers right here. These setups, again, the bias control happened, sellers started coming in. This is not the lines you draw from supply demand. This is the order flow. Once you see this number, you can go to the order flow screen. You will see the order flow at this price level, very huge volume sitting in there as well. Okay, there's one more setup I should, if I had time, I thought of teaching, but since I don't have the time, run it through. Reversals. We talked about the trend breakouts, chop, consolidation, breakout, take a long or short. There's one more. This one happens. If you learn this, that will complete your trading. Why? Those first two setups on a day it's moving, right? But most of the days it's choppy. Market is going to consolidate or a choppy, but liquidity sweep is going to happen every single day when there is a choppy days on Fridays, every single Friday, right? How does it look like? Market went to the liquidity, take the liquidity and the reverse to the extreme. Look at here, market came down, takes out the liquidity, eats all the liquidity, liquidity stops, and then market reverse. Okay, this is what you need to take out the liquidity. Please don't take it when the market goes near the liquidity zone and then reverse. People, oh, it went close to liquidity, I'm going to take the short trade. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why? It's like a market makers are manipulating you so that they will enter the short trade and then they came back and take you out. So that's why you need to wait for the liquidity should be gone, taken out completely. I'll show you some examples. Okay, look at the whole range was choppy in this here, right? Do you see this one? When the market moves, like a market consolidation, breakout, buyers come in, setup number one, right? We talked about it. In terms of market sellers come in here, market moves up, rejection here, setup number two again. But from here, market goes sideways, right? But I wanted to watch liquidity sweep one. Went up, took the liquidity, pushed back down, sellers reestablish. Again, went back up, took the liquidity, came back down. When it came down, price went down to the liquidity on the buy side, took all the liquidity, goes back up. That's why liquidity sweeps is something happen more times, because that's how the market makers make the market efficiency. They have to go towards liquidity. Even the market finishes, where did it finish? 3 o'clock Central Time. It finishes on the strong liquidity side. Okay. Again, this is from this Monday. I think 25 is Tuesday. Tuesday, it was a really choppy day. Sellers control, buyers control. But I want to look at every time it goes back, it takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity, takes out liquidity, and then goes sideways. It's going sideways. And then what? There's a lot of liquidity started building from the morning. 2 lines become 3 lines, a lot of liquidity. What happened? Market went back, took all the liquidity, going sideways again. Again, started building the liquidity. It went back, took the liquidity, and then took the liquidity, take the liquidity. This is what is going to repeat in the market on a choppy day. Okay. All right. So let's come to the in terms of there are multiple setups, but I want you to practice first two, the setup one and setup two. Why? Highest probability is number one, because once you see the breakout happens on a liquidity autoflow based liquidity zone, and then the bias control swapped, that's the best trade, and also it's a high probability trade. Number two still is very high probability, but you need to learn the price action. Is it coming and then pulling back to the exact same place and then trying to move back? You need to read the price action a little bit to make it work, because bias control is not showing up there. But the three, I don't want to trade at least for like 3 months until you practice the setup 1 and 2. Why? Number 3 is it's not like a low probability, but the problem is you will make a lot of mistakes. When you think it's breakout, you might enter long instead of short, all the things there. But if you practice the level setup 1 and 2 for 3 months, getting it well, then you are going to learn level 3 easily. Okay, so to get the product, you need to get our product in terms of liquidity zones indicator, but also you should have the subscription, level 2 subscription. Okay, and also you don't have to believe what we say in terms of what I say as a developer or a firm, but you need to take it from the customers who are using the particular product for some time now, in terms of for the trading, in terms of liquidity zones as well. Even here, liquidity zones is a must have. And also, okay, so I have only 3 minutes, let me rush up. I wanted to introduce one more indicator. You're going to get this one for free if you're buying it today or tomorrow. The reason is that, remember I told you about the setup 2, you need to know the price action of pullback and the reversal, those things. There are a lot of customers while training, they make a mistake. That's why we are giving this indicator for free. Why? This indicator is going to help you with that pullback and reversals, because it have the color coding of the momentum changes as well as the choppiness, everything. Okay, blue means a bullish trend, red means bearish trend, yellow means choppy. If the trade is chart is like this, you can see a lot of reds and greens. But if you have the out of the zones on from here to here, look at this, all the pullbacks is hidden. It just showed you it's a true uptrend. How does it help you with your trade? Okay, that's very important, right? In terms of, for you to know, in terms of, let's take this one, seller's control broken and then came back, become red. But once it become blue again, that means it came back again, ready to go for long. That's why for setup 2, this is going to help you a lot, much easier. So you don't have to read the candle by candle. This is going to help you. That's why we want to give you this indicator. Remember that we talked about, I don't have the time, but if you have the chart, if I attach this, I told you, you'll be able to read those entries. This exact same chart on the with our indicator, you can see. Remember I talked about this entry, 1250 profit right here. Buyers control in the morning, broken down, retested in the same place, and then sellers came into the same place. Setup 1 came back down, and then buyers control, a lot of buyers controller broken down. Here, look at here, same place, sellers coming in, liquidity sweep. Okay, from here to here. Why here to here? Buyers control broken, came back down, sellers coming in, same place. Setup number 1 came down. This is setup number 3, went up, it broken, liquidity swap happened, reversed. Okay, again I took this one loss because I thought liquidity, that's why I don't want to trade liquidity sweep immediately. Third setup, why? Sometimes liquidity swept, it's going with the trend. Look at this one, liquidity swept here, deep, moves across. Anyway, so this is NQ. I don't have the time, I'm really sorry. I really wanted to go through these ones. I want to explain you those things. I wanted to get to the end so to answer the questions. The product, we are going to give you 90 days free access to help your setup to everything is order flow zones. It retails for $4.95, but you guys gonna get it for like a free 90-day access as a bonus today. This is our offer. Please pull out your phone. Please take a screenshot because we don't have that information on the website, so that you can know which URL to take, where you can enter your coupon. I'll type it in the chat as well. Okay, I think I can type call it audience. Yeah, so you need to go to buysideglobal.com/offer, and then you need to enter the discount code order flow. Then only you'll be able to get this particular order flow zones indicator. We have customers who are using order flow zones itself, trading almost like since 2015. This is the one of the very successful indicator from a customer base, because this is the best momentum and trend indicator, pull back everything. But now we are going to give it for free for 90-day access when you purchase the liquidity zones level 2 indicator using the link buysideglobal.com/offer. Discount code is order flow. Any questions, you can email us or call us. Take a screenshot again, because this link will not be in the website anywhere, so that you have the link, you have the discount code, you have the email address, you have the phone number, even to reach. I don't think I have any other questions that I need to answer. If you have anything, please do let me know. Otherwise, I think I'm right on time. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Rob. Great presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. If you're interested in learning more about those powerful supply and demand order flow trading signals, we've put Rob's special offer link in the chat box, and you could always find Rob at buysideglobal.com. Thanks again, Rob. Come back and see us on Traders Corner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last presenter, and I hope everyone is listening closely, because he is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the last 12 years. He wears several hats over right line trading. He is a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the right line trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader, the ultimate prop trading edge, is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. I really appreciate that beautiful introduction. It's always an honor to be here on Traders Corner. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, everybody, wake up. I know it's been a long day, and today, the prop trading special And I'm going to be talking about the AI autotrader, which is not only a very powerful strategy that you could trade for your prop accounts, but it also can be traded on a live account. But I want to stick with today's topic. And so we're going to kind of center around the prop trading aspect of it. I just want to get the CFTC out of the way. It's important to know that I am not, excuse me, I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a financial advisor. So with that being said, I just want to take a brief minute, and I'm not going to go into a testimonial right now. It's been a long event, and I want to keep it fast paced, and I want to get right to the point. But it's important to know that a lot of our members are having incredible results with this AI auto trading system. And if you listen up, I'm going to explain to you why most traders fail, and then provide you with a solution on how you can avoid it. Kind of like Marcia. Marcia was brand new to trading, never traded futures, never traded a prop account in her whole life. And within 60 days of coming aboard with Right Line Trading, was able to successfully pass 15 $50,000 evaluations with Apex. Learning curve extremely short. And in her testimonial, she credits Right Line Trading's tools and support. And really, let the truth be known, she was very eager, and she soaked up information like a sponge. So she's a great success story. And it goes to show you that you just don't need to have a lot of trading experience. And I just want to take a brief moment and recognize the members of my team. It's important to know that I'm not here alone flipping the switches and pulling the levers. I've got a tremendously educated, experienced team behind me, not only of professional traders, but of software developers as well. And I just want to recognize first, because I think one of the main things that distinguishes Right Line Trading from our competitors is that we do trade the right edge of the market every single day, Monday through Friday. We're right there at the opening bell. And if we have a bad day trading, there's no hiding from it. So I want to recognize first our futures traders. Mr. Craig Emery runs our Right Line Trading futures trading room, where he primarily focuses on the NASDAQ. Then we have our prop trading pro. We lovingly refer to David Kushner as the Kush, the good stuff. And then we have David Wise. David Wise, let me tell you something. David Wise trades options. He's part of the Reddit community of traders, a leader in the community. His articles are published. He's very well known and recognized and held in the highest regard in the Reddit community. The reason being, what's unique about David is he has nerves of steel. He relies solely on the technicals, almost like a robot. He doesn't allow his human emotions to get in the way. And he successfully trades options with almost a 90% win rate over the last 12 or 13 years. So he's just an incredible trader. I wish I could trade like him. Behind the desks here at Right Line Trading, we have Mr. Charles Sider. He's got his master's degree from UCLA in computer science. We have Mr. Brock Miller. He's getting a degree in computer science. He's our college student. Sergio Luque Rodriguez has done, let me tell you, I've worked with Sergio now for 10 years. Extremely talented. When it comes to bringing to life complex mathematical modeling, algorithms, and now artificial intelligence, Sergio Luque can get the job done. He's an extremely talented software coder. The team is led by the owner of Right Line Trading, Mr. Mark Miller, who has his MBA from Cal State. He's a U.S. Army vet, and let me tell you, it's just a miracle that Mark Miller is really leading this team. His background is in robotics and engineering, automation, and he's really taken this company to the next level. The core mandate, and he wants to instill in every department of right line trading, are those core military values of honesty, transparency, and integrity. And that's of the utmost importance to him. And just a little bit about myself. Anthony did a beautiful introduction. I reside down in South Florida. My name's Rory Powers. I graduated from Syracuse University, and my passion. Well, first let me get to my wife and family. The most important thing in my life, and God has truly blessed me with a beautiful wife who happens to be an RN and a half marathon runner. You could see the size of her legs. It's a miracle I caught her. But she's a beautiful woman, and God bless us with two beautiful children. We reside down here in South Florida, just north of the Florida Keys. And man, did we dodge a bullet. We had Hurricane Helena. Oh my God. Usually it's us who gets hit. This time, unfortunately, it went up and almost got the west coast of Florida, but it went right into that big bend, right in that panhandle, the bend of the panhandle there, and then worked its way up and right through the country. And I hope that all of you and your families are safe after that storm. But my passion, and I couldn't wait to tell you, is saltwater fishing. A recent fishing trip with Mark Miller and Sergio, we caught a beautiful grouper, some snapper. I love the ocean. So the genesis of the AI auto trader is that we've all experienced problems with consistency. We have problems maintaining a prop account. Maybe we can get past the evaluation, but then getting to the payouts is a problem. Or if we're trading a live account, maybe we've had a couple of good trading days and we've seen some success, but over longer periods of time, we see our trading account dwindle, and then ultimately it gets blown out. And I think, and what I alluded to earlier when I said I'm going to explain why most traders fail, and I learned it came to light, I should say. I kind of knew it, but I didn't want to admit it because I'm a sufferer myself. Are these emotional trading problems that we have and we share as human beings, really. It was right here on Traders Corner. They had a gentleman by the name of Chris Vermeulen, extremely intelligent guy, did a study that I found extremely interesting, and it kind of brought the lights on in my head. He did a study on the most common personality traits that we as human beings all share. And there's about 10 to 12 personality traits that every single one of us shares, but we all have a different degree of each one, interestingly enough. And it's through our genes, I think, that we get these. But it turns out that 9 out of 10 of these personality traits just don't lend well to being a good trader. They refer to them in the trading world as having emotional issues or emotional errors. I always think of somebody with emotional issues as, on the couch in their psychiatrist's office with their feet propped up, telling the doctor where it all went wrong in his life. But with trading, it's a little bit different. These emotional errors, and I'll tell you what I do because I'm the biggest sufferer, is I love to look at my P&L. When I take a trade, David Wise always tells me, don't look at your P&L because it gets your emotions into it. I look at that P&L, I get into a trade that's going in my direction, and those green numbers start building up really quickly, and I get excited. And I don't want to give those profits back. So what do? I squeeze my stop, only to not allow the trade to mature. I'll get wicked out and I'll watch it continue up in the direction that I had the position, sick to my stomach. Or vice versa. If the trade goes against us, we might bail out on the trade. We see those red numbers on that chart trader, and we're like, oh no, I don't want to lose that much money, and I close out. But the technicals are really in place for that trade to continue in the direction that you had the position. And sure enough, how many times has it happened to you that the trade nicks you out, you've squeezed your stop, you've bailed out on the trade, only to watch it go ahead and reverse and go in the direction that you initially had your position in? Well, those are those emotional errors that I'm referring to. And we as human beings, we all share them. Or listen, there's other reasons why a lot of us are not consistently profitable. We may be trading with indicators that just aren't technologically up to date. They may lag price. You may not be trading a proven trading methodology. Maybe your risk to reward is out of whack. But let me tell you, it all leads to the same cold, desolate place, and that's blowing your trading account. And man, I can't tell you how many times I've been there. I've gotten to bed talking to myself. I must have quit 10 times over and swore that I would never do it again. It's almost, and it's very frustrating. It's almost like, and I had the same feeling when I was younger, and I was in Syracuse. I was in college, and we used to go. The fraternity used to go to and have these parties and go to the disco, and I would watch people dancing and having the time of their lives. And when it came time for me to try to dance, I couldn't dance. I just had no rhythm. And I kind of, everybody else could be, with trading, making money and doing well, but I'm suffering from these, emotional issues that I just can't be profitable. And the same holds true with my dancing. My God, if I get out on that dance floor, everybody's going to, I'm just going to stop the music because I have no rhythm. I have no rhythm. I just can't dance. So that's the closest analogy, and it hurts. Because it's right there. I see everybody else dancing, or I see everybody else trading, and it looks like something that I can master. But listen, the very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. It's just not going to happen. I'm never going to be a good dancer, and I'm never going to be a very good trader left to my own devices. So I'm going to skip this slide. So we've narrowed it down to two things that create trading success. Number one, we want to have the proper tool set that's going to identify risk and get us into the highest probability entries. Also, we want to be technologically advanced enough. Listen, this is a trading environment today that's mainly run by algos. These big institutions are running these algos. We're not going to beat them. The only thing that we could do now is join them. So we want to have a tool set that is technologically advanced, more advanced than the other retail trader. A lot of the presentations that went previous to me, these guys are great traders. But I would look at their charts and all the static, and a lot of it looks like Greek to me. I couldn't decipher it. And I've tried before, and it's probably my own downfall. It's probably my own shortcomings. But having a tool that will automatically get us into these trades that's technologically advanced, more advanced than the other retail trader, is going to provide me and you with an edge over other retail traders. And that's the key. That is the key. So the benefits from using the system that I'm about to show you. Number one, all of those emotional issues, those human errors, I always refer to them as bonehead mistakes. They all go out the window. The AI auto trader, if you don't know it, we're in the midst of an AI revolution, the likes of which, they say are comparable to the invention of the automobile. And I truly believe that we're just scratching the surface of the full capabilities of artificial intelligence. And, I never wanted to admit it, that a robot is soon going to take over, who knows, my job. And, I just wanted to dismiss it, but you can't deny what the future holds. So there's no more overthinking or hesitating on a perfect trade. It's almost like eliminating all of your emotions, okay, and making your decisions with a calculator, instantly in a calculator, and in milliseconds, it executes on your trading charts. That's kind of how this AI automation works. So it's going to automatically, and I don't want to go deep into the minutia, but I'm going to give you just a little bit of information on how it works, how it places your stop and profit targets in the most ideal locations, how it self-optimizes its inputs, in a news-driven market where, a perfect example, when Jerome Powell last week, or a few weeks ago, when he did that, the FOMC release, prior to his release, the market is sideways. It's a ranging, choppy market. You have no direction whatsoever. And then that report comes out, and boom, the whole condition of the market changes. The market's flying up and down, and now the next morning and overnight, it's going straight up. And you wake up in the next morning and you're like, holy moly, what just happened? That's the type of trading environment that we're in. So with this system, it's going to optimize the inputs based on the market conditions automatically. So there's no more mismanaging your trades. And for prop traders, we've developed templates that are specifically designed to adhere to not only past your evaluations, but to adhere to all of the rules, those consistency rules, the trailing drawdown rules, all the rules that they put into place. We have templates that will help you get over the hump of the evaluations and sustain your funding with a prop account. So I just want to mention that we have an extremely diversified portfolio of strategies. We're trading all of the futures index equities. What I mean by that is that the index equities, the Dow, the E-mini, this is the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, and the Russell. We're also trading crude oil and gold. So we have a really nice diversity of the index equities and some commodities that really the system really keeps its thumb on the pulse of the market for you. And when institutions are using those algos and moving their assets moving their equity from one asset class to the next, our system is all over it, like a bloodhound chasing after its prey. So I'm going to highlight just a few of the strategies in this short presentation. One of them is trading the S&P 500. It's on the data series is an ES 5-minute. It's a 5-minute candlestick. And over the last 30 days, or in the month of September, and this is a strategy that's consistently been, a real moneymaker for our members. This month, no exception. These results that I'm going to be showing you are all based on one contract, and we have deducted the commissions. So after commissions, trading just one contract, this ES 5-minute is up $3,345 trading just one contract. Okay, and that's on the E-mini. We also have extremely powerful strategies that trade the NASDAQ. And let me tell you, the NASDAQ is probably one of the most fun to watch. I always refer to it as moving like a fast Italian sports car, like a Lamborghini or a Maserati. You can make a lot of money really quick, and it moves extremely fast. So the NASDAQ, we have one called the retirement plan. And if this strategy continues the way it has been, that could be me and my wife, or you and yours, sitting on the beach with a pina colada in our retirement, in our golden years, while this robot does the trading for us. So the retirement plan in the month of September is up $3,212.10 after commissions. Now it's important to know, and I'll bring over my actual performance. Since this is a prop trading event, it's important to know what the drawdown is. Let's see what the drawdown is. So on the actual trading performance, if we look at the summary, the drawdown on this was about $2,800, okay, trading one contract to make $3,212. The reason why we're having a lot of success and where a lot of futures traders go wrong is with their risk to reward. These strategies have very ambitious profit targets, and we have a number of ways to lock in profits as the trade matures. All doing it while just risking one contract in the futures. So if we get anything at 40% win rate, profitable rate, listen, you are going to do extremely well. We're going to make a lot of money. The average winning trade on this strategy is 345. The average loser was 207. On the ES cash register, looking at the analysis, looking at the summary, this one took a max drawdown of only 1,083, a very efficient strategy. Didn't pull in as many losers. Our average winning trade on the E-mini was $119. I'm sorry, the average losing trade was 119. The average winning trade was 565. Almost a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio leaned in our favor. So those are the top couple for this month of September. And for prop traders, now a lot of members, when I do these presentations, a lot of them ask me, hey, can you do a little bit of a look back? Can you show us what it did from the first of the year? We happen to have a professional, one of our members in our community, his name is Robert, and I think I see him here today. Hey, Robert. And he did a back test for us, running the NASDAQ strategy from January 1st to August 15th. And his back test results was 39,000. In fact, he even shared this optimization with the members of our community. Let me tell you, there's power in numbers. We have a community of traders that all share with one another what's working, what's not working. There's really all experience levels. We have anywhere from the complete newbie to professionals. So Robert, I consider a professional. Anyway, from January 1st to August 15th, about $39,000 in profits on the NASDAQ. Now, I like to refer to our prop trading system. We have a separate templates, a whole separate system for prop traders. And for the evaluation phase, we have what are called our one-day passes. Our one-day passes, to kind of give you an understanding of the spirit of the one-day pass. This video here shows the owner of Right Line Trading, Mark Miller, on YouTube. And he takes a one-day pass trade, which will take the maximum number of contracts to go the minimum amount of ticks in order to pass the evaluation. And it will execute the trade only during the time of day that historically it is consistently profitable, the most profitable. So here's the trade. The trade with 10 contracts goes 62 ticks. And using his trade copier, he copied it across 6 different evaluation accounts and was able to pass 6 evaluations with one trade. So these one-day passes take all of the blood, sweat, and tears of getting over the evaluation stage. It takes it out of the equation, and it does it very quickly. And to show you some numbers, I want to show you what the statistics are, because it's important to know, statistically, what are my chances of winning? It's a kind of an all or nothing strategy. With these prop firms, you know, running 80 and 90% discounts and not having any rules on their evaluations, or very few, we can kind of take advantage of that fact. And you figure, you know, for example, Apex is running an 80% sale, maybe a 50,000 account is $33. We can get 3 accounts for $100. So doing the math, our crude oil 1-day pass for the entire month of September, the entire month had a 75% win rate. So 3 out of 4 trades. Now I kind of like to, you know, under promise and over deliver. So let's call it 1 out of 3. All right, just to be on the safe side. So you buy 3 evaluation accounts. It costs you $100, and we're very confident that you're going to pass one of those 3 1-day pass templates. And I'll show you the metrics on that strategy. They're really incredible. And our strategy that actually trades crude oil also takes these trades with much less risk. But look at this equity curve on this 1-day pass. It's just beautiful. And this is for the entire month. Look, it took 20 trades. 75% of them were profitable, and it's up $9,000. The max drawdown is only $13.45. I mean, with extremely small drawdown. Now, we have some really unique ways to manage these positions that I'm going to show you in just a minute. But that's really incredible numbers for a 1-day pass template. We also have the NASDAQ 1-day pass for the month of September. These are our 2 strongest, crude oil and NASDAQ. We also have some good ones on the YM and the Russell. But the NASDAQ 1-day pass is up 4,400, but really what we look at is the success rate, the profitable rate. That's the one that matters with these. 51% of its trades, it's going to win. So 1 out of 2 evaluations is going to provide you with a funded account. So that's the 1-day pass templates, and that's part of our prop trading package with the AI Auto Trader. For our PA accounts, once you've passed the hurdle of the evaluation and you have what they call the performance account, things get a little trickier. It's now they have more rules that you have to adhere to. I think the main benefit of the prop trading is that we're not risking our own capital. In the past, if we weren't very good traders and we blew out accounts, now with these prop accounts, it's not as painful. You know, it might lead to the same place, but you know, if we don't have a powerful tool to trade for us, it might lead to blowing out your prop account, but it's not as painful. So once you get funded, these performance accounts, they have, and this is what I refer to as the drawback of prop trading. They have these stringent rules that they've put into place where you have to have consistent, the 30% consistency rule. You can't take opposing positions on the indexes. They have a number of different rules that you have to adhere to. By trading this strategy, it adheres to all of their rules. And if you only trade this strategy, you'll never break a rule. You'll never have a problem with the Apex or any of those prop trading firms. So what do the numbers look like? Trading 1 contract with a very small drawdown, it's up about $1,780. And if we look at the numbers on the summary, you can see our drawdown is 1,000 and we're up $1,780. And it took 86 trades at 142% of them. So we have a beautiful equity curve that goes straight up with a very tiny little bit of drawdown there. That's not going to really blow out our PA accounts. Now, there's nothing preventing you from scaling up. These examples I'm showing you are trading 1 contract. If you wanted to trade 2, 3, or 4, or even 10, these are very liquid instruments with a minimal bid-ask spread. that we can get in and out very quickly and easily. So those are our prop trading templates. Now, a lot of our members, we've been around for quite a long time, and a lot of our members ask, what changed? What happened? And I have to give the credit to this AI technology. We've integrated these machine learning algorithms and these closed loop systems that run in the background that are kind of the brains of this trading system that makes complex calculations with an enormous, tremendous amount of data. It crunches the numbers like a calculator would. Imagine typing in as fast as you can in a calculator, 8-digit numbers, dividing and multiplying and doing fractional shares and coming up with an answer in a millisecond. That's what the power of this automation is, this AI technology. In a dynamic, in a fast-moving market, it's going to dynamically adjust your stop and your profit targets based on the market conditions. We also have a very advanced pattern recognition feature that will also self-optimize and dynamically change in the parameters of your trading strategy. So just to give you an example of some of the success, I alluded to Robert, who I saw in the audience today. We have a 2-minute strategy that looks at pattern recognition. It looks at, listen, the charts are filled with candlestick patterns that repeat themselves, that are very geometrical. And our software learns what the market's reaction is to each one of these candle formations. And it has a machine learning component that will make an action based on the candlestick pattern that it recognizes. And for example, if I show you my control center, just to give you an idea of what in the world I'm talking about, and I don't want to get deep into it, but if I go to a new strategy and I select the AI auto trader, you'll see here in my trade management, we have some really unique ways to manage these trades. With a 1 contract strategy, let me back up for just a second. I don't want to do this, but let me take 2 minutes. The break even plus or minus, this is all automated. Okay, so if we're trading the NASDAQ and we want to give it, let's say, 40 ticks of risk, but we would like to make a 5-to-1. We'd like to hit a home run and hit 200 ticks on our profit, which would be $1,000. So we're risking 200 to make 1,000. So what we could do is we could have the stop go to break even, let's say at 50 ticks, and we can lock in 20 ticks at that point. We can also do a profit window, is what we call it, where we're going for 200, but once it gets to within 50 ticks, once it gets within 50 ticks of our profit target of 200, my stop now is going to come flying down to 50 ticks behind price. So I'm only risking, so now I've locked in, about 100 or 120 ticks, and I've got about 50 ticks of risk on the trade right down to the profit target. So my stop is continuously locking in profits as the trade matures in my direction. Now, to make it even more advanced, we have this candlestick pattern recognition, where once we enable that, and what we love to use with this are these engulfing candles. If the system recognizes a bearish or a bullish engulfing candle, it's going to automatically exit you from the trade and lock in as much profits as possible. So I think my math was a little wrong when I explained the profit window. We initially locked in, when we went to 50 ticks, we locked in 20. So then the trade goes to 150, and now our stop comes 50 ticks behind 150. So now we've locked in 100 ticks. And now our stop is at really minus 100, plus 100. And now we're going to trail the trade because we have a trailer in here. We can also trail the trade by a set number of ticks as well. So we've got some really nice features on how to lock in a bunch of profit with a minimal amount of initial risk. And that's this AI technology is really just so powerful. It's amazing. In September, we have a strategy, the NQ pattern recognition smart stop. That's up $5,635 using that pattern recognition. With this advanced machine learning algorithm, another component of this technology is all of our bots run in tandem with what we call a drone. To give you the meat of the information, your bot is only going to trade when historically trading sessions out of the day, the trading hours out of the day, that it's the most profitable. Let me tell you what I mean. The way a time optimizes itself, each one of our drones is running in tandem with your bot. Your bot is the one trading your live account. The drone is trading in the background and looking at the entire trading environment, the big picture of the market. It's looking at what the maximum forward excursion is, what the maximum adverse excursion is, where's the best place to put your stop and your profit target to lock in as much profit as humanly possible. So it's going to adjust your stop and your profit targets through that closed loop system. Not only is it going to do that, but it's going to trade 23 hours a day, and it's going to tell your bot what are the 3 most profitable trading sessions throughout that 23-hour period for it to take trades. So we've been finding that, about right around the London Open, about an hour after the US Open, we have some really good sessions in the afternoon as well, going to just before the closing bell. And even the Asian market, we have a couple of good trading sessions. So with this information, each one of our bots is only going to trade during these trading hours. And this is all going to be done. It's all is being done automatically. No user input whatsoever. So dynamically, while you're trading, and these market conditions are changing at the drop of a news report, your stop and profit targets are going to be put in the most ideal locations, and your bot is only going to take trades when historically it consistently makes money. And we've automated this system with this technology that's just incredibly powerful. In fact, one of our members, Robert, this last week, trading this strategy, was able to make $10,000 this past week alone, trading this new technology. He made $10,950 trading one contract, and that was on the NASDAQ, that leverages the technology that I've just described to you. Now, the special offer we're going to make for Traders Corner, and we always try to do something special for Traders Corner, and today is no exception. And listen, I just want to mention, I've probably already gone over my time, or if not, I'm very close. If you have a question, only I can see the chat, and Anthony, who seems like a very nice guy. Put your name and your number. If you have a question, I know it went really fast, and I talked fast because I wanted to get through everything, but I don't want you to feel that I left without answering your question. If you have a question that I can't get to because of time constraints, if you would please just put your name and your number in the chat box, either this afternoon or maybe Monday. I'll be happy to give you a call and answer your questions. Okay, so let me go over my special offer. If you decide to come aboard, it goes without saying that everything is done for you. We give you, we call it, excuse me, I've heard it referred to as white glove installation. We take it to the next level. It's ongoing white glove tech support. It's not only for the installation, it's the lifetime of your membership. We're going to provide you with just incredible support. If you check out our reviews on Trustpilot, you're going to find other traders experienced with the AI autotrader and our tech support team. We pride ourselves, and we think it's really extremely important. There's nothing more frustrating than buying something and not being able to use it. And we don't want you to have that experience. So we bend over backwards, as Leigh Goldstein would say, to accommodate you. So throughout the lifetime of your membership, you're going to have unlimited VIP support. We're going to include the full Monty. What I mean by the full Monty, the prop trading templates, those one-day pass templates. We're going to include that once you get funded, the PA templates. And we're also going to include the full portfolio of strategies for that matter. But normally this prop trading component is a $14.99 add-on. In the spirit of the prop trading special event, we're going to include this for free. So if you come aboard while this special is being offered throughout the weekend, you'll get the full Monty, including the prop trading templates, for free. You're also going to get our 2-module masterclass series. We go into, for those of you who want to learn more, that want to know the minutia, we go into each one of the indicators that this system leverages. We go into each one of the parameters or conditions that have to be met in order for a trade to trigger. And in module 2, we go on to teach you how to build your own robot on any time frame, trading any instrument. So it's really great if you like to get under the hood, some great information. Listen, I mentioned in the beginning how, you know, it's very important to, on behalf of Mark Miller, that as a company that we're transparent. We're one of the very few vendors that goes on YouTube Live. If you go to our YouTube channel, it's Right Line Trading, and click on the Live tab, you'll see over the course of the last several months, every single day, how this system has performed on a live market. And I think it will shock you when you see those recordings. We don't win every day, but let me tell you, more often than not, we do extremely well. So part of the special offer is you're going to trade with us for as long as you have a membership with Right Line Trading. As long as you're a member of the AI Auto Trader, this comes with it for free. It's included. So the special offer is the full Monty. It's going to include all of the chart templates. We have beautiful indicators for your charts. If you want to take a trade on a discretionary basis, you'll definitely have the ability to do that. The signals that the software provides are absolutely beautiful. It also comes with the fully automated strategy templates. These templates are self-optimizing templates. There's no work needed to be done on your behalf. We're not going to send you an update every week to move the inputs around, because this technology does it all by itself, which is really great feature. So it's self-adjusting and self-optimizing. So you're going to get all the markets, the YouTube, Discord, everything that I've mentioned. And we have 3 different sizes. We have the monthly, the annual, and the lifetime. The monthly, the regular price is $7.99. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the link in the chat box. My associate Brock got caught in that storm, and he doesn't have power. So I'm just going to paste it. I put it right in the chat box. We have very important, very valuable coupon codes. With coupon code save $200, normally the monthly is $7.99. However, this weekend, it's going to be $5.99 per month. The annual subscription normally is $33.99. This weekend, it's $24.99. Use coupon code save $1000. And the lifetime access, we're actually going to do for $34.99. Use coupon code lifetime at checkout. The regular price, we released that new update just this past week, a few weeks ago, has actually gone up $1,000. So I apologize, my slide is a little behind. You'll see on the website that normally it's $69.98, but your price is going to be $34.99 after you've applied the lifetime coupon code. So really the lifetime is the best value. However, if you want to start out with the monthly, we would love to have you come aboard. And let me just show you very briefly and just see if there's any questions while I'm flipping through the testimonials. Okay. Nilesh asked a very good question, and I'm going to answer it very briefly. He asked about can you use these bots in a PA account? And the answer is yes. The reason it's yes, because we have several members that have gotten consistent payouts using these bots, and the reason why it conforms to their rules is because this is considered a semi-automated trading system, a semi-automated strategy. Semi-automated means it's self-directed. When I showed you the parameters of that strategy, you have, as the trader, the ability to set the parameters or the conditions of the entry. So I could take this strategy and I could put the parameters in order for it to trigger a trade at anything that I want it to be. Because I have that ability to create the rules for the entry, it's not a black box system. And because once the strategy triggers, your stop and profit target are on your chart, providing you with the ability to manage your trade. Because of those reasons, this is a semi-automated trading strategy, and you can trade it using prop accounts. So that's a really good question. Thanks, Nilesh. All right, so one of our members, Simon, you can see here, Simon, in just, one trading session. In fact, on Thursday, I had a session, I made it over 4,000, but Simon, upped us all. He got $16,000 trading just one trading session using these bots, these AI auto trader bots. So we have a number of members that are just having tremendous success. Suzanne, Limit Up, and it's all posted exactly how they did it. It's all in our Discord chat group. One of our members, Gary, who's a very humble guy, usually very quiet, but I just wanted to point out that he's bought several trading systems from several different companies. Gary does not work for us. It's important to know. He has no financial interest to make this statement. What he typed to the members in YouTube, that he's tried all of these other strategies. One of them he does run on this company, Ninjacators. He does run it on a different system. But he says here that right line trading kills it. So we're talking about a system here where, compared to the competitors and more importantly, to what other retail traders are using, is going to provide you with a definitive edge when you're trading the financial markets. So I just want to close with this. I know it's been a long day. Let me just move this out of my way so I could see. Okay. Where's my thank you slide? Okay, there it is. I just wanted to end with this. I know it's been a long event, and listen, I wanted to thank you for your time. It's really my privilege and an honor to be able to present this system, and I hope this weekend that you have a blessed weekend. If your trading journey has been filled with potholes and speed bumps, and you've blown out several trading accounts, listen, stop letting emotions sabotage your trading, and let's start growing our wealth today. This AI automation is a solution. If you're anything like me, somebody who can't dance and can't trade either, this is something that can take us to the next level. So I hope you'll come aboard. Have a great weekend, everybody, and thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Anthony, for having me.
Thank you, Rory. Those strategies look amazing. Congratulations to you and your team over at Right Line Trading on developing such a sophisticated system. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your prop or live accounts, then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you to get funded and stay funded. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank you all for joining us today. It's been an informational packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the rest of the weekend. The replay will be on our YouTube channel, and I'll put that in right now. So you could go to our YouTube channel and rewatch some of your favorites of today. Have a great evening. Thanks for being here, and have a profitable upcoming trading week, month, and year. So long.